Hi students, am I audible? Am I audible? Yes, now am I? Okay, so welcome to Unacademy NEET English. I'm your biology educator Ambika Sharma, and today we are going to finish the chapter structural organization in animals. Right, bache? And after finishing this chapter, we will be starting your human physiology, the most awaited topic. So, excited? No, ma'am. Why? Because we don't want to read biology. We think biology is so easy. At the end, we will sit, we will revise, and we will get 360 out of 360, isn't it? Okay, so welcome to the session, people, and here you can see your own amazing channel, Unacademy NEET English, and see the number here. It's 99.3k subscribers. So make it 100k ASAP. Yes, make it 100k ASAP. Quick. So you know, if you're new to our channel, you have to subscribe our channel. Please recommend this channel to your juniors as well. Tell them there is an amazing channel where teachers are teaching in English and they are giving their level best. They are providing the best content to the students so that they can qualify their NEET examination. Right, people? So let's make it 100k ASAP. And here you can see the amazing team as well. And students, look at the video section. All the teachers are putting a lot of videos, right, to guide you, to tell you how to prepare, what to study, what not to study, like this. So please be focused, guys, be consistent. I know at this point of time we feel saturated and we feel like quitting, or we are just, we are just in a state where we don't want to study the same topics again. We want to do something in our lives, isn't it? But just 2 more months, right? Just 2 more months, and then finally the day will be there when you are going to give your NEET exam, and you will go to, after your result, you will go to your dream medical colleges. Okay, so let's start the class. But before that, I would like to update you, bache, that these days I am taking your special classes, and in that special classes we are practicing a lot of questions. That special classes are free of cost. What you have to do, you have to search my name, you have to go to my profile, students, and here you can see the classes. Okay, just today in the morning we practice the questions, the MCQs, the top MCQs from the unit cell, right? And tomorrow at here you can see, tomorrow at 6:30 we are going to practice the questions from diversity in living world. So if you are enrolled in these classes, very good. Otherwise, be the part of these classes ASAP. And now let's start the class. Okay, let's start the class. So it's structural organization in animals. What is the name of the chapter? It is the structural organization in animals. This is what we are going to start, people. Structural organization in animals, and this chapter you need to know before starting your human physiology. Okay, so already, bache, 2 days before I took the session on frog, but because of some network issue it got ended. So today after the class I will share the PDF in our official Telegram group. First thing. Second thing is that 2 topics are pending from the frog, so I will post the recorded videos. Okay, I'm going to post the recorded video for the same. So now quickly let's start the class. So share the session link with your friends, invite your friends, and let's finish this chapter ASAP, and then let's start the human physiology. Now, bache, if you talk about the humans, even the other organisms, you know that we are diploid and we all arise from a single cell that is known as zygote. Isn't it, Madhu? Isn't it? Yes, you know that we all are, right? When it comes to the human reproduction, in that chapter we have clearly studied that gametes are going to fuse. The gametes will fuse, they will form the zygote. And when we talk about the zygote, we say it's a totipotent cell. This is the word that we use for the cell, isn't it? That it is a totipotent cell. It is a cell which is having the ability to grow into a complete organism. So ultimately we all are formed from a single cell, that is the zygote, isn't it? We all are formed from a single cell, that is the zygote. Now you know that the zygote will undergo division. There will be the cleavage, right? So we will have different cell stages. 2-celled stage will be there, right? 4-celled stage will be there, 8-cell stage will be there, and so on, so on, so on, so on, so on, right? And finally, what are we going to get, bache? We are going to get a multicellular body, right? We are going to get a multicellular body. This is what we all know, isn't it? This is what we all know. So when we look around, okay, when we look around, we see different types of animals. We see the organisms having single cell, right? We see unicellular organisms, isn't it? We even see multicellular organisms, right? We even see multicellular organisms. So basically, right, in our case, this is what I just discussed, that life is going to, when it is sexual reproduction, gametes will fuse, ultimately the zygote will form, the zygote is going to divide, right, bache? So we can even have the unicellular organisms that we have studied, but here you are not going to see particularly the sexual reproduction. Jaise, if I'll relate it with kingdom protista, so you know that there are few protists that shows the sexual reproduction. I'm not denying it is not there, but in general they go for the binary fission or something. This is something that we all have studied. Now when it is a multicellular organism, many cells are going to join together, right? Many cells are basically making a multicellular body. These are some basics, okay? Before starting the actual chapter, today we need to complete some basics point, okay? We need to complete some basic points before starting the actual chapter. Clear, bache? Clear, bache? So we have unicellular organism and the multicellular organism. So let's focus on the multicellularity and let's pick up the next topic as per this multicellularity. Okay? What is the word, bache? The word is multicellularity. What is the word, students? It is multicellularity, like organisms having multiple cells. So can I relate this part with animal kingdom? Dekho, you are preparing for the NEET examination, right, bache? Right, bache? You are going to qualify that examination. You know it very well. Am I right? Am I right? You are not just preparing for the NEET examination, you are going to qualify that NEET examination. Am I right? Tell me if you have the same energy. Do let me know, people. If you have the same energy, do let me know. Quickly tell me. If you are having the same energy, do let me know. Do let me know. है ना? So the point is you are not just preparing for the NEET examination, you are going to qualify the NEET examination. So for that you have to be consistent, right? And you should know that when it comes to your syllabus, you should understand you cannot categorize it in class 11th and 12th. You cannot just categorize it in botany or zoology, right? You should relate it and then you should revise it. That's what you need to focus, people, okay? And I'm really worried, these days in biology classes, very less number of students are coming. Students, I know biology is easy. I know biology is interesting, right? But if you are thinking that you will just open up your book in the month of March, in the month of April, and then you will start revising and everything will be completed, no. No, biology is going to be a game changer, because as per the tiebreaker policy of this particular year, as per your information bulletin 2024, bache, you are like, if two students are having same marks, then their biology exam marks will be judged first. Okay, okay. So guys, be consistent and be regular in biology classes. Start revising biology properly. Okay, start revising biology properly, right? Keep your confidence level high, but it should not be too high, right? Okay, so we are talking about the multicellularity, means the organisms, yes people, means the organisms having many cells. Now if I relate it with animal kingdom, yeah, I'm about to relate it with animal kingdom. So in the animal kingdom we have studied, right, what we have studied in animal kingdom. You know that in animal kingdom we start the story from porifera, right, and then we move to chordata. Not directly, of course, many phylums are there in between. That's how we start the story. That's how we start the story. Yes or no? That is how we start the story. Yes or no? Right? Like we started the phylums from the porifera. Then, bache, from simplicity, Okay, from simplicity to complexity we move, isn't it? From simplicity to complexity we move. So we talk about porifera, cnidaria, ctenophora, platyhelminth, aschelminth, annelida, arthropoda, right, mollusca, echinodermata, hemichordata and the chordata. That is what we study. So even in animal kingdom we see the multicellularity. When you talk about the porifera, you talk about the organisms which are having cellular level of organization, right? When you talk about cnidaria, also known as coelenterata, you talk about tissue level of organization. When you talk about ctenophora, students, again you talk about the tissue level of organization. And then bache, when it is the platyhelminths, then what do you have? You have the organ level, and from aschelminth to chordata, right, from aschelminth to chordata, we talk about the organ system level of organization. That is what we study, isn't it? That is what we study. So you see the connection here in animal kingdom. Multicellularity is there from cellular level of organization to organ system. So first of all, understand this hierarchy, then we will come to the tissue part. So basically, students, in our body we all are developed from cell, right? We all are developed from single cell. So the group of cells together, right? So the group of cells together having, you know, same, yes, similar function, having similar structure, right, having same origin, they are going to form the tissue. Then group of tissues will form organ, then group of organ will form organ system, and that organ systems are going to form the organism, right? That organ systems are going to form the organism. This is the hierarchy actually. Cell will form tissue, tissue will form organ, organ will form organ system, and then there will be a complete organism, right? So when you talk about the ecological hierarchy, you pick up the organism. Now in general, right, when you are talking about the living body, this is how we are going to start the story, right? So cells together will form tissue, tissues together will form organ, organs together will form organ system, and organ system together will form organism. So we have already completed the cell, right? We know what cell is. Right now we have to understand what is a tissue, and in this particular tissue, in this particular chapter, that's what we need to cover. Okay, Akhankhya, that's what we need to cover. So when you people talk about the tissue, what is a tissue? Tissue is it's a group of cells. What is it, people? It is a group of cells having similar, right, having similar structure, similar function and common origin, right, and having common origin. So what is a tissue? Tissue is a group of cell having similar structure, function and having the common origin. Sorry, this is what a tissue is. I'm sorry. This is what a tissue is, right, students? This is what a tissue is. So what you need to focus here, that if you talk about a tissue, one thing is for clear that ma'am, it is going to be a group of cell, but the other thing that you need to keep in your mind is, bache, that they may or may have, right, they may or may have similar structure or function. It can be similar, it can be dissimilar. The function or the structure can be similar, it can be dissimilar, but what is the most important point? That origin will always be common. That's something very important for assertion and reason based question. That's something very important for the statement based question. So what is the point? What is the point? That in a tissue, cells may be dissimilar in structure and function, right? In a tissue, cells may be having dissimilar structure and function, but origin is always common. Okay, but their origin will always be common. Clear, bache? That's something very important. Okay, Pujita, that is something very important. Is that clear? So they are always similar in origin, right? right? They are always similar in origin. That should be the appropriate word. So that's what you need to know about the tissue. Is that clear? That is what you need to know about the tissue. Is that clear? Is that clear? Salavadi, the voice is okay, bache? Is there any issue with the voice? I don't know why do students complain about the voice. From my side, it's fine. Okay, so this is what a tissue is. So this is the basic introduction, that zygote will form the cell, right? We all arise from zygote. Slowly it will divide. Multicellular organism will be there. Organism can be uni or multicellular, and when it comes to the multicellular in animal kingdom, that's how the hierarchy is, right? That's how the hierarchy is. And where are we going to focus? We are going to focus on the tissue, right, bache? We are going to focus on the tissue. So now the study of tissue. Let's discuss the types and the study of tissue. So first of all, you can put the heading, bache, tissue it is, and here you can write down that study of tissue. Yes, study of tissue. It is known as histology. Study of tissue. It is known as histology. Right, bache? Study of tissue. What is it? It is known as histology. So now when you talk about the tissue, it is having the different types, and especially the 4 main types on the basis of origin and the role. Right, bache? Right, bache? So basically 4 major types of tissues are there. 4 major types of tissues are there on the basis of their structure and on the basis of their role. So that is your epithelial tissue, students. Please write down. That is your epithelial tissue, your connective tissue, muscular tissue, and then comes the neural tissue, also known as nervous tissue. Okay, so what do we have here? We have the epithelial tissue, connective tissue, muscular tissue, and the neural tissue. So these are the 4 common types of tissues, 4 common types of tissues on the basis of their function as well as structure, right? On the basis of what? On the basis of their function, on the basis of structure and function. Understood? On the basis of structure and function. So let me brief you about it. Students, when you talk about this type, that is epithelial tissue. Epithelium, when the word is epithelium, means singular. Okay, okay, Ramesh, when the word is epithelium, it means singular. It means singular, right, bache? And when it is epithelial, it means plural. So when you talk about this tissue na, it is forming the outer covering. It is forming the layering. Just say, I'll give you one example. Right now, I'm not specifying simple and compound epithelium. In general, I'm giving you the example, students, right? In general, I'm giving you the examples. So it's a very simple example. Like when you talk about your skin, skin is the outer covering in our case, Ramesh. Skin is the outer covering in our case. So skin is acting, it is the outer covering, it is the outer covering, largest organ of our body as well. I'm not saying gland, the organ of our body as well. So it is meant for what? Protection. It is protecting our body. It is acting like an outer covering. Okay. So the skin is also the example of your epithelial tissue. Clear, bache? It is the compound epithelial tissue. It is basically the example of your epithelial tissue. Right, bache? So when you talk about the epithelial tissue, they are meant for the protection. And how are they going to protect? Because they are acting like a covering, right? So their main role is to cover that particular organ. They are acting like a covering, right? They are meant for protection. Even bache, right? Secretion. For secretion, they are going to play the role. So these are in general, right? The points I'm telling you. So protection, covering, right? Secretion, even for absorption, right? We will see their role in absorption as well. This is the main role of the epithelial tissue, right? Okay? Okay? Yes, bache? This is your epithelial tissue. Is that clear? Is that clear? Yes or no? Is that clear? Now when it is the connective tissue, as the word is saying, bache, yes, as the word is saying, connective tissue, which is going to link. Yes, which is going to link. Yes or no? Which is going to link, to connect. This is the meaning of being connective. So it is meant for linking, right? It is meant for linking the different types of tissues. Can I say so? Can I say so? So it connect the structure, it provide the structure to the body, it help in the transport, right bache? So it will connect, provide structural support, will tell you how, and helps in transport of essential things. We will discuss it right now. Just pick up the keywords, okay? Right now just pick up the keywords, okay? This part clear? So it is meant for connection, it is meant for connection. Then comes the muscular tissue. So when it is the muscular tissue, obviously it helps in movement. It helps in what? It helps in movement. So muscular tissue will mainly be there in the movement, in the locomotion. Am I right? It will mainly help in the movement, in the locomotion. Am I right? And then comes the neural tissue. So neural tissue is for, right, neural tissue is for, yes bache, you all can tell me neural tissue is for, yes bache, I want to see that. I want to see the answer in the chat section, people. Neural tissue is for exactly to generate and to conduct the nerve impulses, right? It is for the control and coordination. You are right bache, it is for the control and coordination, isn't it? Isn't it? So control and coordination will be done by this, control and coordination will be done by this neural tissue. Understood bache? Okay, so that is how they all are. Yes or no? That is how they all are helping in our body. So these are the 4 main types of tissue, and in this chapter in detail we are going to study it. ठीक है बच्चे? So epithelial tissue we will discuss in depth, connective tissue we will discuss in depth, right? Then I will give you the overview of muscular and neural tissue, and we will study these tissues in detail in their chapters, like in locomotion and movement and in neural control and coordination. Clear bache? Clear bache? Yes. So here you can see the animal tissue, right? Please mark it as well. So here in NCERT, the structure of cells, see, vary according to their function. So the tissues are also different, and they are classified into 4 broad categories, right? So it is epithelial, connective, neural and muscular. Epithelial, connective, neural and muscular. Epithelial, connective, neural and muscular. Is that clear? Yes students, is that clear? So let's start with the first category, right? That is your epithelial tissue. Okay, that is your epithelial tissue. Let's start with that. So as I said bache, when it is the epithelial, right, epithelium, right, epithelium is the word for the singular. When I'm saying epithelium, it means singular, right? And when it is epithelia, thelial, it is plural. It is plural. Now let's understand the meaning. So epi means upon, right? Thelial means growth. Thelial means growth. So that's a tissue, right? It is a tissue which is acting like a covering. It grows over the other, it grows upon the other tissues. So it is meant for the protection. Is that clear? It is meant for the protection. Is that clear? Yes or no? So epithe means upon, thelia means growth bache. So basically it is the tissue which grows upon the other tissues. Am I right? So everyone just write it down in the chat section. Write it down in the chat section. So it is a tissue that grows upon another tissues. So that's how it is acting like a covering. That's how it is meant for protection. And bache, during embryonic development, it is the tissue which arises first. This is what you need to note down, right? So here I have included the NCERT as well, and I am going to mention few extra points also. I will write it down after the class. PDF will be provided to you in the Telegram group. The link is given in the description box bache. And moreover, you should make the running notes. Okay? In your NCERT, highlight the important points, and then you people should also make the running notes. Right bache? So during embryonic development, write down, during embryonic development, it is the tissue that originates first. Okay, it is the tissue that originates first. So this is what the epithelial tissue is. Clear bache? Clear bache? So as you can see, you can read it from NCERT as well. What are NCERT saying? NCERT is saying that this tissue is having a free surface. Okay, this tissue is having a free surface, so either it will face the body fluid or the outside environment, thus providing a covering or lining. Jaise from this word itself you can understand, epi means above, thelia means growth. Okay, so it is the tissue which will arise over, which will grow over the another tissue. So obviously bache, obviously its one side is going to face that body fluids also. If it is acting like a covering, so one side will definitely have the body fluids. In our body also it is having, like I'll give you one more example. You know about the blood capillary? You know about the blood capillary? Yes or no? You people know about the blood capillary? Yes or no? So in the blood capillary itself, that lining is your nothing but the epithelial tissue. So this tissue is facing the body fluid, that is your blood. That is your blood. Even if I'm giving you the example of skin, it is facing the outside environment, right? Here also there are other coverings, there are other tissues also which are facing one sided, they are facing the body fluid, on the another side they are facing the outside environment. So that is how it is acting like a covering or the lining bache, or the lining. Clear bache? Acting like a covering or the lining. So any doubt here? Any doubt here? Each and every line should be crystal clear to you. Clear bache? Clear bache? Yes. So when you look at this tissue now, here you will see that cells are very compactly packed. Now understand this point, right? We will talk about the single layered and the multi-layered part also, but understand this point. Just say, let's say it is a single layer of this epithelial tissue. So Madhu bache, when you look at these cells now, these cells are very compactly packed. Right, the cells of this tissue are very compactly packed. Actually epithelial tissue is the one where cells, they will form a proper layers, right? They are going to form the proper layers, and they are very compactly packed, very compactly packed. And now because they have no air spaces, yeah, you can say that no intercellular spaces are there. No intercellular spaces are there because they are compactly packed. So blood vessel, your lymph vessel, they cannot innervate it. Are you getting my point? They cannot innervate it. Are you getting my point? They cannot enter here, like here in between these tissues. Okay, they cannot enter here. So now ma'am, if blood vessels cannot enter here, right, what about their nutrition? This is the another question that came in our mind. It's very simple, Navya. It's very simple. Whenever you talk about the epithelial tissue, just remember that in its surrounding we will always see the connective tissue. The connective tissue will always be there. This is the epithelial tissue. Again I'm repeating, the cells are compactly packed. The cells are compactly packed. The blood vessels are not lymph vessels are not supplying here. So this layer of tissue always lie on some layers, right? We will talk about that layer also, and in its vicinity we will see the connective tissue, and these epithelial cells, they will take their nutrition from the connective tissue. Clear bache? Firstly understand the concept, then one by one we will relate it with the NCERT. This part clear? This part clear? So that's why in the NCERT itself it is written that cells are compactly packed with the little intercellular matrix. Okay, with the little intercellular matrix. So from this line I can pick up one question, that in the epithelial tissue intercellular matrix is present, absent, or very little intercellular matrix is present. Very simple answer, very little intercellular matrix is present. Okay bache, so now ma'am, what is this intercellular matrix? Obviously bache, tissue is a group of cell. Okay, it is a group of cell. Many cells are going to come closer, they will form a group. So in the surrounding of these cells na, here, you will see some ground substance, right? What are you going to see? You are going to see some ground substance, that is that matrix. Okay, that is what is it? It is that matrix. Okay, it is the matrix bache. Okay, so it is having that proteoglycans, that modified polysaccharides are present here. Okay, so help in cementing also, right, and other like help in attachment also, in cementing also, other functions are also there. One by one we will discuss. So as of now I just I'm just trying to show you this part, that what exactly is the intercellular matrix, the ground substance present in between, two cells. Okay, it is the ground substance and it is present in between two cells. But always remember, here in epithelial tissue, cells are arranged in proper layers and they are compactly packed, and in their surrounding you will see very little intercellular matrix. Is that clear? Is that clear? Yes, bache, is that clear? Yes? Sure. Now I just said that these tissues, they are going to lie over a layer. Actually this particular layer, bache, please pay attention, this particular layer is nothing but the basement membrane. Okay, this particular layer is nothing but the basement membrane. Let's discuss about it. Okay, just let's say here I'm just trying to show you the intercellular substance. Now let me draw it so that you will understand it in a better way. Just let's say this layer, I'm talking about this layer. This layer is the basement membrane. Which layer it is? It is the basement membrane. Now again, epithelial layer, yeah, epithelium it is, connective tissue it is, and in between the basement membrane. Now this basement membrane, it is acellular. It is not made up of any cell. Actually bache, this basement membrane is having two components, right? One is the fibrous lamina, another is the basal lamina. Please note down, Madhu bache, please note down, there are two things here in this basement membrane. There are two things here. One is your basal lamina and another is your fibrous lamina. Basically we divide this basement membrane into two, basal lamina and fibrous lamina. Now this basal lamina is the part of basement membrane towards the epithelial tissue, right? Just let's say this part here, okay, this part here, it is what? It is the basal lamina. So it is the it is the part of basement membrane towards epithelial tissue. Yes, towards epithelium. Okay, so one thing is for sure, what do we need to note down? That this is acellular. It is not made up of any cell. It is just made up of polysaccharides, protein. We will discuss that. Okay, so basement membrane is divided into two parts. Basal lamina, part of basement membrane towards epithelium, and fibrous lamina, part of basement membrane towards connective tissue. So this layer is secreted by both. That's what you people can conclude. Okay, this layer, basement membrane, is secreted by both epithelial as well as the connective tissue. Epithelial as well as the connective tissue. Clear bache? Clear bache? So now when it is towards the epithelial part, here you are going to see mainly the glycoproteins. What will be there? Glycoproteins will be there. So this part is secreted by the epithelium itself. Okay, so now bache, when it is the fibrous lamina, it will be having the fibers, proteinaceous fiber, collagen fibers are there, reticular fibers are there. There will be a proper matrix bache. There will be a proper matrix here in this fibrous lamina. Clear bache? Clear bache? Clear. So basically this is epithelial tissue, basement membrane, connective tissue. So connective tissue mein, we will discuss this. In connective tissue we will discuss this, that it will be having cells, it will also be having matrix, because the fibrous lamina is formed by this connective tissue. So this fibrous lamina will be having collagen fibers, it will be having reticular fibers, and moreover there will be some mucopolysaccharides here. What will be there? There will be some mucopolysaccharides, right? So it is the part of this matrix here. That's what you need to remember. Understood? That's what you need to remember. Right bache? Right bache? Right? Yes, mucopolysaccharide is present here in fibrous lamina, where collagen and the reticular fibers, they are suspended, people, right? They are suspended bache. And which mucopolysaccharide is there? Even the chapter biomolecules we have discussed. Even in the chapter biomolecules we have discussed. Which mucopolysaccharide is present here? Very good, sweetie, excellent. So the mucopolysaccharide present there is hyaluronic acid, right? It is hyaluronic acid. What is it? It is hyaluronic acid. Understood? Understood? So this part clear. So this epithelial tissue will take the nourishment by a diffusion from the connective tissue through this basement membrane. It will pass to the epithelial tissue. So basement membrane is acellular, right? Basement membrane is acellular. It is just having glycoproteins, mucopolysaccharides. That's it. That's all. Okay? That's it. That's all. Okay, so that is how the structure is. So now because it is single layered, so it is simple epithelial. If it will be having multiple layers, it will be compound epithelium. That's what we need to discuss next. So this part of the epithelial tissue clear, this part of the epithelial tissue clear. Done, bache? Yes, so you can even write down that power of regeneration, right? Power of regeneration is present in epithelial tissue. Clear, bache? It is present in epithelial tissue. Understood? It is present in epithelial tissue. Clear, bache? That's what you need to remember. Okay, so here you can see the diagrams. You can see the different type of cells also, right? This is a squamous type of cell is there, cube-like cell is there, tall, cylinder, columnar cells are there. So this is what we need to discuss next. But if up to this part, if everything is clear, do let me know in the chat section, people. Do let me know in the chat section, quick. quick. Okay. No, bache, my health is not fine, but theek hai, it's manageable. So today in this class, what you have to commit ki we are going to remember the examples as well, right? You have to remember the examples as well. Okay. 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 Chalo. So next part. Okay, so let's talk about the next part. So next part is telling us about the different types. Okay, but before that I would like to tell you about the origin. Okay, then we will talk about the types, and then finally we will discuss about the junction. Okay, so now how many germ layers do we have? How many germ layers do we have? Yes, Rinki, the tissue part is not there in the new NCERT, but it is not deleted from your syllabus. So definitely we have to study it. Okay, we have to study it. Okay, so now write down this origin of epithelium tissue. Yeah, sorry, origin of epithelial tissue. Origin of epithelial tissue. So how many germ layers do we have? How many germ layers do we have? We have the 3 germ layers, right? 3 germ layers. Epidermis, sorry, ectoderm, mesoderm, and then comes the endoderm. Ectoderm, mesoderm, then comes the endoderm. That is what we have. So when you talk about the ectoderm, it is going to form the epidermis, right? Basically the skin, right? What are we talking here, Krutika? We are talking about the skin here. So epidermis, right? Stratified squamous epithelium, multi-layered epithelium. This is what we are discussing here. Mesoderm is going to form the mesothelium. So where do we study mesothelium? Anyone? Where do we study mesothelium? Anyone? Right? Mesothelium is also a kind of simple squamous epithelium. Don't worry, everything will be clear to you. Just allow me some time. Okay, so it is, so if the word is mesothelium, means it is the epithelial tissue which forms from mesoderm. If the word is epidermis, it is the epithelial tissue which forms from ectoderm. And then bache, if the word is endodermis, right? If the word is endodermis, so obviously your, what will be there? If the word is endodermis, so endodermis is going to form the gut lining, Gut lining means the outer wall of that alimentary canal that is made up of endodermis. So all the three germ layers, they form the epithelial tissue. For an example, if you talk about the muscles are formed from mesoderm. Exceptions are there. If you talk about the skeletal system, it is formed from mesoderm. Exceptions are there. If you talk about the nervous system, it is made up of ectoderm. ठीक है बच्चे? But here when you are talking about the epithelial tissue, it is made up of all the three germ layers. So if the word is ectoderm, epidermis, if the word is if mesoderm is forming this epithelial tissue, mesothelium, and for endodermis, simple, you have to remember the example, that is your gut lining. That is your gut lining. Is that clear? That is your gut lining. Chalo. Now let's move to the types of, okay, let's move to the types of your epithelial tissue. So do you know about the types of epithelial tissue? It is obviously as per the cell shape, as per the layers. Yes, it is as per the cell shape, it is as per the layer. Tell me quickly, do you know about that? Yes, bache, do you know about that? Classification of epithelial tissue. So you have two words. One is the simple epithelial tissue, bache, and another is the compound epithelial tissue, right? One is the simple epithelial tissue, another is the compound epithelial tissue. Bache, when it is the simple epithelial tissue, it is one cell layered thick, means it is made up of one cell layer. Okay, one cell layer means it is uniserrated. What is the word that we are going to use for it? It is uniserrated. Uniserrated means single layered it is. Right, bache? Uniserrated means it is single layered. See this. Okay, it is single layered. Clear? Then when it is the compound epithelium, it is many cell layered thick. What is it? It is many cell layered thick, means it is multiserrated. Okay, it is made up of many cell layers. It is multiserrated. Okay, just let's say this is the one cell layer, this is the another cell layer, like this. Okay, so single cell layered thick, simple epithelium, compound means many cell layered thick it is. Okay, so now on the basis of cell shape also, right, now on the basis of cell shape also we differentiate. Jaise bache, we will talk about three types of cell shape mainly: squamous, cuboidal and columnar. First of all, let me brief you about it, and then individually we will also discuss. So bache, when it is a squamous epithelium, means irregular cell boundaries, right? What are we going to discuss here? Irregular cell boundaries. Basically, squamous type of cells means they are flat kind of cell, right? They are disc shaped. So it is as per their shape, as per their cell shape. How are we differentiating it? Okay. Cuboidal means which will be cube like. When it is the columnar, it will be tall, cylinder, and nucleus is present at the base, right? So as per the cell shape also we divide the tissue, as per the cell shape also, as per the cell shape. So squamous will be flat, disc like, okay, irregular boundaries. It can be polygonal type of, like this. Okay, so come to this flow chart. Simple, right? Simple epithelial, a simple epithelial tissue mein we have the simple squamous epithelial. Please make the flow chart. Then you have simple cuboidal epithelial tissue. Then you have simple columnar, and then students, pseudo stratified. It is also a type here, pseudo stratified epithelial. So please, this is the right, note down this. Okay, This flow chart is important. Then comes the pseudo stratified. Okay, pseudo stratified. Done. So when it is the compound epithelium, means it is multi-layered, many cell layered thick, it is multi-serrated. So bache, here there will be two types. One is simple stratified epithelium and another will be the transitional epithelium. Okay, another will be the transitional epithelium, also known as urothelium. Actually, it is on the basis of this. This one is stretchable, okay, and this one is non-stretchable. Non-stretchable. That is how we are going to categorize it. Okay, that is how we are going to categorize it. So here you are having the stratified, right? Basically, stratified means, in general, the meaning of stratified is multi-layered. So on the basis of stretchable and non-stretchable, you can differentiate it in a better way. Okay, so here you have three types. You have stratified squamous epithelium. Stratified word is specifying being multicellular. Okay, cuboidal, and here you have stratified columnar. Okay, stratified columnar. Is that clear? Stratified squamous, cuboidal and columnar. Okay, so here in the sorry, my bad. This one is non-stretchable, this one is stretchable. Yes, this one is stretchable, this one is non-stretchable. Okay, so in transition epithelium, stretchable one, also known as urothelium. That is what you need to mark. Understood? That is what you need to mark. So any doubt? Any doubt? Yes? So let's discuss it one by one, but if there is any doubt, do let me know, bache. Do let me know if there is any doubt. You can see the cell shapes as well. So the flat disc shaped cells, right? Flat disc shaped cell. So this is your simple squamous, right? In 9th class also we studied this. So it is your simple cuboidal. So simple word is specifying being single layered, and this one is your this one is your simple columnar. So here in columnar cell, the nuclei is present at there. The nucleus is present at base. Okay, nucleus is at base. Done? Chalo. So any doubt? Bache, ciliated also we will discuss, but tell me if there is any doubt from this part. Bache, it is also known as, do you know that it is also known as pavement membrane, या pavement epithelial or tessellated epithelium? Do you know that? Why? Because bache, as I said, here cells are having, because here cells are flat, okay, disc shaped and having irregular boundaries. Okay, they are having irregular boundaries. So because of that irregular so they look like just like tiles. Okay, they are fixed like this. They just like tiles of the floor, right? They are fixed like this. So they have kind of irregular boundary. Okay, so that's why we use the word tessellated epithelium for it. Okay, that's why we use the word tessellated epithelium for it. Is that clear? Is that clear? Okay, yes or no? Right? Understood? So flat disc like, right? So flat disc like closely, they are so closely associated, looks like the tiles of the floor, so we use the word pavement membrane. And because of this wavy appearance, right, because of this wavy appearance, which word are you going to use for it? You will use the word tessellated membrane, right bache? You will use the word tessellated membrane. Is that clear? Is that clear? So in one line, if you have to explain, cells are flat, disc-like, right, with irregular boundaries, with irregular boundaries. So these irregular boundaries, because of that you are calling it as tessellated, and they are fixed like the, they are just fixed like the tiles bache, polygonal kind of shapes they have, right? So you are also use the word pavement membrane for it. Okay, pavement membrane for it. So can I say that they are just forming a diffusion boundary? They are very thick, they are very thin, very good for the exchange, right? So they form the, this epithelium forms the diffusion boundary, right? What will it do? It forms the diffusion boundaries. Okay bache? Okay bache? So wherever there is an exchange, there is the diffusion, you will see your simple squamous epithelium. Okay, you will see your simple squamous epithelium. So it is mainly playing role in filtration and the diffusion. Can I say so? It is mainly playing role in the filtration and the diffusion. Can I say so? Hanji sweetie, can I say so? So it is playing role in the filtration and the diffusion. So from both these words, can you give me the examples? Can you give me the examples from both these words? So if it is the filtration, so you can relate it with the kidneys. You can relate it with the kidneys because it is the filtration. Jaise woman's capsule, right? Do you remember woman's capsule? Right? That the capsule having podocytes. Let me remind you this part. Okay, let me remind you this part. So in the nephron structure, we form the cup-shaped, right? In the nephron, we form the cup-shaped structure. We form this cup-shaped structure. We call it as woman's capsule. Here in this woman's capsule, when you talk about the inner epithelium, when you talk about the inner epithelium, so here we see some special type of cells, podocytes, having feet-like appearance, having feet-like appendages. These are the cells having feet-like appendages. So, bache, if you remember, right, these cells are arranged in such a way, right, in such an intricate manner that slit pores will form. So, it will help in the diffusion, it will help in the filtration. Because, bache, in this woman's capsule, here in this cup-like structure, we know that glomerulus is also there, right? So blood will come in this glomerulus and the ultrafiltration will occur. So when you talk about the inner layer of the woman's capsule, this epithelium here is giving us the example of simple squamous epithelium. Here it is having the podocytes, the special type of cells which is having feet-like appearance, which are arranged in such a manner that they will form slit pores, good for that filtration. Now even if you talk about the glomerulus here, okay, it is a blood capillary. It is a blood capillary, right? We call it as endothelium. We call it as endothelium. So that is also the example of this simple squamous epithelium. That is also the example of this simple squamous epithelium. And here in these endothelium, in between the cells, you will see some filtration slits. Some gaps will be there, sorry, fenestrae. Some gaps will be there and we call that as fenestrae. So they are meant for the ultrafiltration, and both these layers, they lie on the basement membrane. So why am I telling you these examples, Mahi? Because it is also there in the excretion and the excretory product and its elimination, right? So it is in the NCERT. So we should relate it and we should revise it. Fine, we should relate it or we should revise it. So this is one example. So when it comes to the diffusion, obviously alveoli of lungs, right? That balloon-like structure of lungs, and that balloon-like structure of lungs, they are also having simple squamous epithelium, right? They are also having simple squamous epithelium. So question will definitely come from examples. Okay, question will definitely come from examples. Clear bache? Clear bache? Yes or no? Yes or no? Sure? Sure, sure, sure? Yes? Okay, so you know that these layers, they are going to lie over the basement membrane. Now if you talk about the mesothelium, right? I told you na, mesothelium, the epithelial tissue which is made up of mesoderm. So here in mesothelium you can take the example of, right, of the membrane that is covering the coelom, right? The body cavity is covered, no? Body cavity is covered, so that is basically the mesothelium. Covering of the coelom is basically the mesothelium. ठीक है बच्चे? Okay. Even that pleural membrane of the lung, right? That is also the example of your mesothelium. Right, Ramesh? That is also the example of your mesothelium. Endothelium, I already told you about the endothelium of blood capillaries in the glomerulus. I told you about the simple squamous epithelium here in woman's capsule. I told you about the alveoli example, the covering of the coelom as well, the pleural membrane, right? The pericardium even. ठीक है बच्चे? So this is what you need to remember. So this is about the simple squamous epithelium. Next is the simple cuboidal epithelium. Next is what? Next is the simple cuboidal epithelium. So obviously here what type of cells will be there बच्चे? What type of cells will be there बच्चे? Tell me, what type of cells will be there in simple cuboidal epithelium? Obviously cells are cube-like in shape, है ना? Cells are cube-like in shape. Understood? What type of cells are there? Cells are cube-like in shape. Understood? Understood? So that type of cell shape will be there. That type of cell shape will be there. And obviously it will also lie on the basement membrane. So if I talk about the previous year question, there is one very famous previous year question. Do you remember, students, the ovary? Ovary is lined with, yeah, basically your seminiferous tubule. Do you remember seminiferous tubule are lined with the cube-like epithelium, the cuboidal epithelium? Anyone in the class? When you talk about the gonads, in gonads are what? Primary sex organ. Like I'm talking about the seminiferous tubule in testes. Seminiferous tubule in, right, seminiferous tubule in testes. So here also you know that, cuboidal epithelium is there, cube-like cells are there, and we call that epithelium as germinal epithelium. How many of you remember that? Germinal epithelium. So germinal epithelium is lining the seminiferous tubule. Germinal epithelium is also lining the ovary, right? It is also lining the ovary. So this germinal epithelium is having what type of cells? It is having the cube-like cells, right bache? Right bache? It is basically the example of cuboidal epithelium. So that is a previous year question. Okay, that is a previous year question. That's done bache. So testes and ovaries, they are having cube-like cells. Okay, testes and ovaries, they are having cube-like cells. Clear bache? Even in ovaries also. Ovary is also having germinal epithelium. So why do we call it as germinal epithelium? Anyone in the class? Yes, people? Anyone in the class? Why do we call it as germinal epithelium? Hanji, why do we call it as germinal epithelium? Quick. Germ layer forming. अरे नहीं यार. Germ cell forming. Nope. Anything else? Anything else? Exactly, Samiksha, very good. But see, why do we call it as germinal epithelium? Germinal means to germinate, means to form. So it was believed that this germinal epithelium, it forms the germ cells. It forms the germ cells. It was believed that it forms the germ cells. Okay, but bache, that is actually not a fact. In NCERT, no doubt it is written like this, that germinal epithelium is the one, that will form the germ cells. But actually it is not the point, right? During the embryonic stages, precursor germ cells from the yolk sac, they will find their way towards the gonads. They will come here and they are the one that will form the germ cells. But still, we still call it as germinal epithelium, but actually it doesn't form germ cells. So in higher studies, this is what you are going to read. Okay, this is what you are going to read. Clear, bache? Clear, bache? So any doubt here? Examples are important. So cuboidal epithelium is also there in the iris of eye. You know na, iris of eye. Iris, this colored pigmented part of our eye, this colored part of our eye, this is the iris. And even acini of pancreas. Can you tell me what are these acini of pancreas? You all know that pancreas is the second largest gland of our body. What is it? Second largest gland of our body. And moreover, it is a mixed gland. It is a composite gland. Right? It is a heterocrine gland, right people? It's a mixed gland, composite gland. It is a heterocrine gland. What? This pancreas. So when you talk about this pancreas, no, so it is having the exocrine part and the endocrine part. That's why it is mixed. So this exocrine part is having some, you know, cells, such type of structures, right? Right, so these are, we call it as acini. Okay, like these cells are forming this type of structure, some tubules and then rounded structure, right? So these are basically cuboidal epithelium. This is basically cuboidal epithelium. And let me tell you, bache, this part of the pancreas provide us the digestive juices. So it is 99% of pancreas. Fine, it is 99% of pancreas. Is that clear? Is that clear? And even cuboidal epithelium is in the tubular part of nephron. Okay, tubular part of nephron. Okay, yes bache, it is the tubular part of nephron. Okay, it is lining what? The tubular part of nephron. So examples should be very clear. Okay, examples should be very clear. So before going forward, before starting the simple columnar epithelium, I would like to tell you few things related to, right? I would like to tell you few things related to these cells, right bache? Jaise you can say that these are the modifications basically. Okay, these are the modifications basically that we have to understand. Okay, jaise I'll give you one example. See bache, this is a cell. Let's say it is a cube like cell, or let's say it is a columnar cell. Now when you talk about their free ends, that is, these are, just let's say this is the free end of a cell. So sometimes these free ends of the cells, they are modified. What are they? These free ends of the cells, they are, the plasma membrane of the free end is modified. Just let's say maybe it will acquire some finger like structures, or it can have small hair like structure, or it can have some conical structures like this. So basically the free ends, or you can say that the plasma membrane, okay, the plasma membrane of the free side of the free ends get modified, right? It get modified and it forms three structures, right? It forms three structure. So bache, if this plasma membrane, okay, so if plasma membrane, if it gets modified and if it forms this finger like structures, what are they? They are known as microvilli. What are they? They are known as microvilli. What are they? They are known as microvilli, small kind of villi. So these are finger like projections, of course, right? These are what? These are small finger like projections, है ना? Small finger like projections they are. See, finger like projection. So what is the purpose of these projections? To increase surface area, right? To increase surface area, right? So this is also one of the modification. So if our epithelial is having these finger-like projections, these microvilli to increase surface area, that type of epithelium is known as brush bordered epithelium. What is the word that we are going to use for this? Brush bordered epithelium. What is it? Brush bordered epithelium. Is that clear, Leharika? It is brush bordered epithelium. Clear, bache? Clear, bache? So wherever in our body there is absorption, right, to increase the surface area, we will see such type of epithelium, right? Cuboidal cells can have microvilli, even columnar cells can also have microvilli, right? But what type of epithelium will be there? Brush bordered epithelium. Brush bordered epithelium to increase the surface area. So I will ask you one question. Is microvilli contractile? Can it undergo contraction or yes, can it undergo contraction? These microvilli, can they contract or not? Is it contractile or not? Bache, no. It is not related to the movement, contraction, relaxation. Where do you study? In the case of muscles, in the case of that motile structures. So here, no, it is not going to increase. It is just going to increase the surface area, but it is not a structure that can contract. Okay, it is not a structure that can contract. Okay, so now let's say if the cells are having these small hair-like structures towards the one end, like if this plasma membrane is having these small hair-like structure, these are what? These are some cylindrical processes. What is it? It is cilia. है ना? What is it? It is cilia. Cilia. So cilia, for cilia you can say that cilia, because it is motile, it will cause movement, so it is contractile. You know na, ciliated epithelium. जैसे this one, if microvilli is there, it is brush bordered. If cilia is there, so it will be ciliated epithelium, right? What will be there? Ciliated epithelium. Cilia will be there. That will help in movement. जैसे in our trachea, we will see ciliated epithelium that will move the dust particles, right? In the fallopian tube we will see the ciliated epithelium. It is, right, bache? Ciliated epithelium it is. Then one other thing is there, that is stereocilia, right? Stereocilia, bache, it is a conical process. It's a conical process and it is to increase surface area. This conical process is also to increase surface area, right? Just let's say here you have a cell, that cell is having the conical appendages, something like this. Okay, so you will see it in epididymis. In epididymis we will see such type of cells. Okay, so these three are the modifications. What are they, bache? These are the modifications. Done, bache? Done. So these are stereocilia, they are conical, they are also non-motile, right, bache? They are also non-motile. Clear. So in epididymis you will see this, in the vas deferens you will see this. Okay, so now if you are confused ki ma'am, why are you telling this to us, right? The reason is this one. Bache, we were talking about the simple cuboidal epithelium. I told you about the simple cuboidal epithelium. Now obviously, right, these cube-like cells can also get modified. So here you can also say that we can have brush bordered cuboidal epithelium. Okay, so if I am saying that epithelium is brush bordered cuboidal, means it will have microvilli, right, sweetie? It will have microvilli. And where will you see it? You will see it in the proximal convoluted tubule of nephron. Where are you going to see it? In the PCT of nephron. Where are you going to see it? In the PCT of nephron. Done, bache? Done, bache? Yes, and bache, we are also having the ciliated cuboidal epithelium. Do I need to explain the meaning now? Of course not, है ना? You can understand it by this word ciliated cuboidal, means the cube like cell having cilia on its free end. Okay, so it is found in the collecting duct. Fine, in collecting duct of nephron. So this one is a previous year question. It's a PYQ. Okay, okay. So this is all about the simple cuboidal epithelium. Okay, so the next to it is your simple columnar epithelium. You already know about the cell shape, isn't it? Next is what? Simple columnar epithelium. Okay बच्चे, simple columnar epithelium. Understood? So simple columnar epithelium, the cells are tall and cylinder, nucleus present at its base. Where is that nucleus present? Nucleus is present at its base. Understood? Yep. Is it clear? Is it clear? So it is mainly for the absorption and secretion, right? So it is mainly for the absorption and secretion. And bache, as per the cell shape, can I say that the cells here are pillar like? The cells here are pillar like? Yes, can I say that cells here are pillar like? Tell me quickly, can we say so? Can we say so? Yes, can we say so? Definitely. So if I talk about the examples, bache, again you have the example of liver, you have the example of gallbladder, you have the, yeah, so there are many examples. So now again in simple columnar epithelium also we will see the modifications. What can we see, people? We can see the modifications. What can we see, bache Leharika? The modifications are also there. Just let's say if it is brush bordered, right? If it is brush bordered columnar epithelium. Okay, so if it is brush bordered columnar epithelium, what is it? Brush bordered columnar epithelium. So basically, what is the meaning of being brush bordered columnar epithelium? It's very simple. The cell is tall and cylinder and it is having the microvilli. It is having the microvilli. It is having the elongated nucleus at its base. Understood? It is having microvilli and enucleated nucleus at its base. So the example is also the gallbladder, students. Fine, the example is also the gallbladder. Okay. So bache, do you understand the meaning of gland? Yes, do you understand the meaning of gland? Tell me, do you understand the meaning of gland? In this chapter also we discuss about the unicellular glands, multicellular glands. What is the meaning of gland? Tell me, people, what is the meaning of gland? Gland means secretory, right? Gland means secretory. It is something which will provide the secretion, right? It is something which will provide the secretion. In this chapter we will talk about we are going to talk about the glands, the secretions, right? Just we talk about the mucus gland which will provide us the mucus. Sweat glands, secretory they will secrete sweat. Sebaceous glands, right, that are going to secrete what? They are going to yes, they will release the oil. Okay. So when it is the glandular columnar epithelium, means in that this epithelium is also secretory. This epithelium is also secretory, right bache? Just in the case of stomach, in the case of your rectum, this is what we are going to see. Stomach, rectum, uterus. Okay, if I have to give you the example, so stomach, rectum, uterus, Okay, जैसे your stomach is having that goblet cell ना, goblet cell, mucus secreting cell, yeah, it is also known as mucus cell. So basically that lining, that epithelium is the glandular columnar. ठीक है, it is secretory as well. So we have one more thing, brush bordered. Okay, brush bordered, this is important, it is as per previous year question. Brush bordered glandular columnar epithelium, brush bordered glandular columnar epithelium. So here bache, the cells are having microvilli, they are secretory as well. Like in this complete epithelium, you will see cells are having microvilli and they are secretory as well, like in the case of duodenum and ileum, right? Like in the case of duodenum, the part of your small intestine, in the case of ileum. And why is it so? Because it is the small intestine from where the food will be absorbed, right bache? From where the food will be absorbed, right? Done bache? Okay, okay, so this is what you need to remember. It is also a previous year question. Fine, so duodenum or the ileum, duodenum or the ileum, clear bache? So it is glandular brush bordered epithelium. Okay, glandular brush bordered epithelium. So next is what? Next is your, okay, ciliated, right? Ciliated columnar epithelium. So can you give me the example of ciliated columnar epithelium? Anyone in the class? Ciliated columnar epithelium. Yes, ciliated columnar epithelium. So obviously here what do we have? The long cells are having cilia. ठीक है बच्चे? So that we see in the case of fallopian tube. The fallopian tube is lined with ciliated columnar epithelium. It is also PYQ. So that cilia will help in the movement of the egg. Okay बच्चे? That cilia will help in the movement of the egg. Clear बच्चे? And even I gave you the example of stereocilia here. Right, I gave you the example of stereocilia na, in the modifications part. Yes, I gave you the example of stereocilia na, this stereocilia. Yes, so this epididymis and the vas deferens, they are lined with stereocilia columnar epithelium. Okay, it is lined with stereociliated columnar epithelium. So the examples are important. Fine, examples are important. Stereociliated columnar epithelium. Understood? Yes, understood? Sure. So this is about your simple epithelium. Let's quickly revise it. We completed the epithelial part, right? Then this is the classification of epithelium: simple squamous, simple cuboidal, simple columnar, pseudostratified. ठीक है? So we have completed up to this part and we know it very well that in the cuboidal cell and in the columnar cell we have the modifications of the plasma membrane, right? The free end of the plasma membrane will get modified, right बच्चे? So it can have finger like microvilli like this, or it can have cilia, right, bristle like. So do not confuse it. When plasma membrane is folded like this, like a finger, then it is a microvilli. But if that free end is having cilia, small hair like structure, then it is the ciliated epithelium. Okay, then it is the ciliated epithelium. Done, right? Understood? So this part clear. So now bache, next is the pseudo stratified. So now here also I think examples are clear. So columnar cells bearing cilia, where will you see it? You will see it in the fallopian tube. Where will you see it bache? We will see it in the fallopian tube. So examples are important, right? Examples are important, right? Okay, chalo. So next is pseudo stratified epithelium. Next is pseudo stratified epithelium. Bache, the word is pseudo. Pseudo means false. right? Stratified means multi-layered. Okay, stratified means multi-layered. So बच्चे, this epithelium is actually single layered, but it looks like multi-layered. ठीक है? This epithelium is actually single layered, but it looks like multi-layered. Clear बच्चे? Clear बच्चे? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? So it looks like multi-layered, but actually it is single layered. So this pseudo stratified epithelium is also the modification of columnar epithelium. Okay, it is also the modification of columnar epithelium. है ना? So here what will be there? जैसे let's say there will be tall and cylinder cells, but that cells are placed in such a way that it will give the appearance of a, right? It will give the appearance of what? Of a multi-layered structure. The nucleus here na, the nucleus here are also at different heights. Okay, okay. So in such type of pseudo stratified epithelium, you will see long and the short cells. Okay, what type of cells we will see? Long and the short cells, but ultimately the layer is one only. Okay, okay. So nucleus is also present at different level. Nucleus is also present at different level. Okay, okay. So it looks like multi-layered, but actually it is not. Fine. And they are obviously, they are lying on a single basement membrane. Okay, okay. Any doubt? Any doubt? So here the best example that we need to study is, please write down, that is of pseudo stratified ciliated columnar glandular epithelium. Okay, so it is pseudo stratified ciliated columnar glandular epithelium. You can also write it like this: pseudo stratified ciliated glandular columnar epithelium. It's your choice. Okay, it's your choice, right? You can write it like this also: pseudo stratified ciliated glandular columnar epithelium. So obviously बच्चे, firstly the layers will is, the epithelium is single layered, but it looks multi-layered. It will be having cilia, plus बच्चे, it will be secretory. Okay, and cells are tall and cylinder. So such example is there in the trachea. This is the best example, right? The trachea is lined with pseudo stratified ciliated glandular columnar epithelium. Not just the trachea, obviously the bronchioles are also lined with it. Understood? They are also lined with it. Understood, Madhu? Right? So this example is also very important. So this is all about the simple epithelium. Let's revise it quickly. Right, bache? Let's revise it quickly here from the NCERT. Okay? Oh, I think the font size is quite small, है ना? Font size is quite small. It's okay. I will, bache, when you will get the PDF na, then it will be clearly visible. But still, I will mark it. So these are the examples as per NCERT. Okay, this is as per NCERT. Only this one is extra. This one is extra. This one is extra. That's all. Rest everything is as per NCERT. Okay, my bache will check it. Rest everything is as per NCERT. So let's quickly revise it from NCERT. So as per NCERT, squamous epithelium found in the walls of blood vessel, right? Already discussed. It is in the air sacs of lungs. That is already discussed. Involved in functions like forming a diffusion boundary. Already discussed. Done, bache. Then cuboidal epithelium commonly found in the ducts of glands and tubular part of nephron. So this is already discussed, right? Like PCT. Its main function is of secretion and absorption. So epithelium of PCT. This is a PYQ, bache, right? It is having the microvilli. So means in NCERT they didn't specify this word brush bordered, but obviously example is given. Okay, example is given. Understood? Example is given. So PCT, proximal convoluted tubule, is having the brush bordered cuboidal epithelium. It is having the brush bordered cuboidal epithelium. epithelium. Is that clear? Is that clear? Next is columnar. So they are found in the lining of stomach and in the intestine and help in the secretion and absorption. So in intestine it will be brush bordered and glandular. Right, this is for your revision. And in the stomach also it is what? In the stomach it is again brush bordered. Okay, it is again brush bordered. Sorry, not brush bordered, glandular, my bad. Not brush bordered. In stomach it is glandular, columnar epithelium. So these examples are important. Then bache, ciliated, it is lining present in the inner surface of hollow organ like bronchioles and fallopian tube. So when it is the fallopian tube, you know that it is ciliated columnar epithelium, and when it is the bronchioles, it is pseudo stratified ciliated glandular columnar epithelium. Okay, so examples are important, and this is NCERT. This is what you have to do in your NCERT as well. Please mark it. Okay, please mark it. And then after that, let's talk about the compound epithelium. Okay, let's talk about the compound epithelium. Okay, okay. So after, okay, so moreover, let's not forget this part. This is again from NCERT. Your glandular epithelium, glandular means secretory, it will be, है ना, secretory it will be. So you can see we can have unicellular, right? We can have unicellular glands, and we can have the multicellular glands. So can you give me the example of a multicellular gland? Yes, students. Can you just give me the example of a multicellular glandular epithelium? Anyone in the class? Anyone in the class? Examples are important now. So see this epithelium, right? Can you see this epithelium? It is showing microvilli. Okay, and in between see the glands. So these are the unicellular glands. So basically goblet cells of stomach, या mucus cells, or the mucus cells. So can you give me the example of multicellular glandular epithelium? Anyone? Multicellular glandular epithelium? Salivary gland, sweat gland, anything else? Anything else? Yes, bache, anything else? So obviously you can write down multicellular mein there are many examples. Yes, your sweat glands are there, which are also tubular, right? Which are also tubular. Jaise in the multicellular glands now we see different type of examples. In the unicellular you have mucus cells. You even have some, gastric glands are also there. Jaise one is the goblet cell. In the unicellular gland, one example is of the goblet cell. ठीक है बच्चे, under A. But you also have the gastric cells, right? The cells of stomach which will release the stomach secretion. They are also unicellular. Now when it is a multicellular na bache, so sweat glands which are tube like. So here you can have tube like tubular glands. You can have saccular glands also which are sac like. Okay, which are sac like. So simple tubular mein you have the examples of, yes bache, sweat glands, right? You have the examples of sweat glands. And other than that, yes, anyone else who can give me the example? Any other example that you can give me? Yes, any other example that you can give me? Multicellular glands mein sweat gland is there. This is sweat glands which are present in our skin. Even in multicellular glands you have the example of Brunner's gland. You know na, Brunner's gland present in duodenum. Other than that, oil glands, that is your sebaceous glands. They are also multicellular glands, but they are sac like. They are not tube like, they are sac like. They are saccular. That's why I am using the word saccular. They are sac like. Okay, oil glands are also, okay, oil glands are also what? They are also, yes people, multicellular glands. Sorry, milk glands, not the oil glands, milk glands. They are also the multicellular glands. Done? Okay, so this is the glandular epithelium and the glandular cells. Okay, done. Chalo, so let's move to the next part, that is the compound epithelium. So here you can see the diagram from the NCERT as well, right? You people can see the diagram from the NCERT. So compound mein one word is clear, that it will be multi-serrated, it will have many layers. Okay, so now these cells are held together with the help of junctions. After finishing the compound epithelium, we will talk about the cell junctions also. So it is multi-serrated, means multi-layered it is. Okay, so look at the points. This is as such NCERT. Okay, this is NCERT, that it has a limited role in secretion and absorption. Main role is in protection, because it is itself multicellular, right? Something is multicellular, it is having that strength, so it will play role in the protection. And when it is just lined with the single layer, so it will help in the exchange, infiltration, in diffusion, like this. Fine, right? So it is mainly playing role in the protection. So protection against chemical and mechanical stress. Okay, so it will cover the dry surface of skin, the moist surface of buccal cavity. See, direct examples are given. Your pharynx is having compound epithelium. Inner lining of ducts of salivary gland is having compound epithelium, and pancreatic ducts are also having the compound epithelium. So please mark it, bache. Right, please mark it. Just even in the pancreatic glands, right, the exocrine part, right, it is having that multicellular glands. So you can relate multicellular gland, multicellular epithelium, like this. Okay, okay, right? So different parts are there. Jaise pancreas mein you must be like, ma'am, you are also telling ki single cellular simple epithelium is there, compound is also there. So basically bache, pancreas mein different parts, accordingly in different areas, basically they are having different types of epithelium. Okay, so simple or cuboidal, that's how you need to remember it. Fine. So glands mein, as of now I told you as per the NCERT basis, okay, that unicellular and the multicellular, but we will also discuss apocrine, holocrine, everything. But firstly let's finish this compound epithelium part. Okay, let's finish this compound epithelium part. Done. So it is multi-layered. Okay, what is it? It is multi-layered. Chalo, so let's start with its classification again. So compound epithelia, multi-layered. So as I said, there are two things. One is your urothelium, also known as transitional epithelium. Urothelium, also known as transitional epithelium. So this is the one which is stretchable. This is the one which is stretchable. And when it is this one, right, stretchable, urothelium, and transitional, another is non-stretchable. That is normally your stratified epithelium. Okay, normally which is your stratified epithelium. Clear? Clear. So now firstly let's talk about this. Okay, let's talk about this. So again I'm repeating this, various type of cell junctions are going to hold these cells together. Just if I talk about the transitional epithelium, now here we discuss about interdigitation. What we discuss interdigitation. देखो बच्चे, it's very simple, it's a multi-layered epithelium. ठीक है? What is meant by pancreatic duct? Where is it located? बच्चे, very good. Kim Tehung, spam as much as you can. But a duct of pancreas is pancreatic duct. It is located, obviously, it is basically the part of pancreas. Now from pancreas that tube is coming out, your pancreatic duct, right? From the name itself you can understand, from the name itself you can understand. And if you cannot, bache, then forget about the NEET, literally forget about the NEET then. Chalo, so stretchable urothelium and transitional epithelium, it is having the interdigitation. This is what I'm explaining. Look, one thing is very clear, that it is multi-layered. So in multi-layered epithelium, the cells, they need to hold each other together, isn't it? The cells, they need to hold each other together. That is obvious, that is obvious. So what happened here is, let's say if there is one cell, the plasma membrane will form some finger-like structure that will be there in the cytoplasm of next cell. Let's say, and of course it is the Valentine week, I think you people can relate it in a better way. One cell, its plasma membrane is making fingers. Just someone is holding my hand right now, so I am holding my own hand, but just imagine someone is holding my hand. Okay, so we do like this na. Sometimes we walk like this with our friends also, holding hands, la 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 la. है ना, we do things like that, la 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 la. So one cell, finger-like processes in the cytoplasm of another cell. This is interdigitation. This is interdigitation, and that we see in the transitional epithelium. Okay, that we see in the transitional epithelium. What is the word that I have used? Interdigitation, finger-like processes of plasma membrane that will enter in the cytoplasm of the next cell. Okay, that will be there in the cytoplasm of the next cell. Okay, so it is interdigitation that you will see here. What will you see here? The interdigitation. Okay, interdigitation. So what is this transitional epithelium or stretchable epithelium? So before explaining it, देखो, you know na, we can hold our urine for some time. Just let's say now while taking your class, right, if I'll have that urge to urinate, that I want to go to the susu, what will I do? I can control it for some time. I can control it for some time. Yes, बच्चे सजीव है ना, I can control it for some time, but after some time we cannot. You might have experienced it while traveling somewhere in buses or something. In trains, so you have washroom, but in bus, right? So what happens is कि we can control that urge to, like let's say right now, if someone is having the urge to urinate, they can hold their urine for some time, right? But after some time it becomes very difficult to hold it. Then that person is like, yeah, I have to urinate at any cost. And if they are not going to urinate, then urine will come out automatically. Then urine is not going to wait. Then urine will be like, I'm coming out. You do whatever you want to do. I have given you the time, but now I cannot hold it. Why is it so? Why for some time you can hold, but later on you cannot? It's very simple. Transitional epithelium, urothelium, the stretchable epithelium. Now ma'am, what is this? First of all, this epithelium is 4 to 6 layered thick, right? 4 to 6 layered. The innermost layer is cube-like. What type of layer is there? Innermost layer is cube-like. Innermost layer is cube-like, and in between that middle layers, they are, you know, polyhedral cells. Polyhedral, the cells having different shapes. And then when you talk about the upper layers, no, upper 2 layers now, they are globular. They are globular, means they are kind of cube-like. Are you getting it? Just let's say if I have to draw it, upper layers are somewhere cube-like, globular. So it is a multi-cell layered thick. Okay, it is having interdigitations. Okay, bache. So now what is going to happen? Just say when there will be the, right, these are the cells which can show distension. Okay, like say, imagine that is the urinary bladder, right? That is the urinary bladder. This is the ureter. So basically when you talk about the example of this particular epithelium now, the ureter is lined with this epithelium. Okay, urinary bladder, the walls of urinary bladder are lined with this epithelium. So now what is going to happen, bache? When slowly when urine will come in, right, that urine will exert a pressure on this top layer. Okay, so the cells, they have the tendency that they can become flat, right? Means up to a level they can stretch, they will become flat. The distension will occur. Are you getting it, Samiksha? Are you getting it, bache? Are you getting it? Yes or no? So different shape of cells is there in the resting stage. So when this tissue is stressed, right, so basically upper layers are globular, cuboidal, then polyhedral layers and cube-like layers are there. So overall, right, overall you can see that topmost layer. overall you can see that topmost layer. So when the tissue will be stretched now, so when the obviously when the volume of urine will increase here, the tissue will get stretched and all the cells will become flat. Okay, not fat but flat, right? But flat. Okay, Kim Tae Hung, there is no doubt, there is nothing wrong in asking the doubt, but this is not the right way. You are just sending the same message thrice, right? Twice or thrice. You just keep sending that messages. That is wrong. You are distracting others as well. Okay. So do not spam in the class. Done. So topmost layer, flat cells, volume will increase. Yeah, basically the tissue will be stretched, all the cells will become flat. So see, multi-layered structure, cells are having different shape. At the time of stretching, all the cells will get flat. Now when urinary bladder it is having the urine, so urine will exert a kind of pressure, so the cells will become flat. So up to some time, okay, this, because initially cells were like this, globular, now they will become flat. So obviously the volume here will increase. Okay, and that's the time when we can even, and up to this level only we can hold the urine. They say when this urinary bladder is, half filled or a little, not just half filled, a little more than half filled now, then we start getting that urge to urinate. Okay, but when it is totally, right, when all the tissue is stretched, cells are flat, then obviously we have to pass out the urine, right? So that's what you need to understand here. This is about the urothelium, this is about the transitional epithelium. So urinary bladder, ureter, even the renal pelvis, right? So even the renal pelvis, you remember the structure of the kidney, male urethra. So these are the examples of this transitional epithelium. Clear, bache? These are the examples of this transitional epithelium. Now come to the non-stretchable stratified epithelium. Okay, let's talk about the non-stretchable, or you can say that simply, you can write down stratified epithelium. Stratified epithelium. So what is it? It is non-stretchable. So one word is bache. So examples are important here. Okay, what is the most important thing here? Examples. So first of all, stratified squamous. I told you about stratified cuboidal. I told you about stratified columnar. Okay, that is what we have. So stratified squamous. देखो बच्चे, one thing is for sure that it will be multi-layered, right? One thing is for sure that it will be, yes people, multi-layered. So what you have to remember, when it is stratified squamous, let's not talk about the other cells. Always remember that topmost layer is having the squamous epithelium. That topmost layer is having that flat cell. Okay, the topmost layer. Okay, whatever will be the topmost layer na, if that topmost layer is having flat cell, it is stratified squamous. Okay, if that topmost layer is having cube-like cells, it is stratified cuboidal. If that topmost layer is columnar cells, it is stratified columnar. On the basis of that, we will say it is stratified squamous, stratified cuboidal, या फिर stratified columnar. Clear बच्चे? Clear? Yes or no? So innermost cells here, like if you talk about the innermost layer here, just above the basement, here the cells will be cube-like. Cells are going to be cube-like, but the topmost layer will be having the flat cells. Okay, Mahi, the topmost layer will be having the flat cells. Is that clear? Yes or no? So the middle layers in between, they can also have polygonal type of, like, you know na, polygonal cells can be there. So topmost layer flat cells, innermost is having the cube like cells. Now bache, I will give you the example of the skin here, right? When it is the stratified squamous, I will give you the example of what? I will give you the example of the skin here. Okay. Yes, देखो, basically what you need to remember, this is a multi-layered tissue, okay, multi-layered epithelial tissue. It is lying over the basement membrane, and below here we will be having the connective tissue, है ना? What will we have here? Below it we will be having the connective tissue. What will be there, students? Connective tissue will be there. So this layer, because it is very close to connective tissue, है ना? This layer, because it is very close to connective tissue, it will take all the absorption from this connective tissue. Of course it is going to take. So this cube like layer, because it will take a lot of food, right? It will absorb food from this connective tissue. So this layer is getting the nutrition, proper nutrition. So it is having high mitotic index. This layer is having what? This layer is having high mitotic index. Now ma'am, what is the meaning of this high mitotic index? It simply means that it will divide, right? It will divide. It is mitotically highly active, so it will divide very quickly. It will add more and more and more and more cells here to this tissue, right? It will add more and more and more cells here to this tissue. So we also call it as stratum germinativum. Stratum germinativum. What's the word for it? Stratum germinativum. What is the word for it, Ramesh? Stratum germinativum. Is that clear? Is that clear? Yes, Madhu? Is that clear? Sure. So this is about the stratified squamous epithelium, right? Stratified squamous epithelium. So when will it be stratified? Cuboidal, topmost layer cube-like, topmost layer tall and cylinder cells. Okay? Yes? Chalo. So now here there is another example that we need to remember, and that is another thing that we need to know is this in stratified squamous epithelium na. In stratified squamous epithelium, the one thing that you need to focus is that, see, we have keratinized stratified squamous epithelium, and we can have non-keratinized stratified squamous epithelium. What do we have, bache? Keratinized squamous epithelium, non-keratinized stratified squamous epithelium. This is what we have. Now see, देखो, if topmost layer, देखो, if in this stratified squamous epithelium, if in that topmost layer, okay, if the cytoplasm is replaced by keratin, if instead of cytoplasm the protein get deposited here, that is keratin protein, then this layer will be the horny layer. Okay, it is the horny layer then. What is it, bache? It is the horny layer then, because the upper, right, the upper layer is keratinized, cytoplasm is replaced by keratin. Okay, then it is a dead layer. It is the dead layer. It is the keratinized epithelium. Okay, it is the keratinized epithelium. Clear, bache? Clear, bache? So in the skin, okay, epidermis of skin, so skin mein, this is what we have. The topmost layer is keratinized, isn't it? The topmost layer, it is keratinized. Okay, and it is very important because water will also not get absorbed. Yes or no? The water will also not get absorbed. So this is the keratinized stratified squamous, where keratin is present in the topmost layer, and cells here, right after that, the cells here will be dead and they will be enucleated, right? They will become enucleated without nucleus. Now they are dead. Okay, okay, now they are dead. Is that clear? So epidermis of skin, the nails, and other than that, even horns in the animals, okay, feathers in the birds, they all are having this epithelium. So the topmost layer is horny layer, dead layer, and even you also use the word cornified. We also use the word cornified. Understood? Yes, understood? Done, bache? Okay, so if it is non-keratinized, means if top layer, the topmost layer is not here, the cytoplasm is not replaced by the, if the cytoplasm is not replaced by the keratin, then it will be the non-keratinized stratified squamous epithelium. Jैसे buccal cavity, okay, lining of vagina, cornea of eye, okay. So buccal cavity, lining of vagina, cornea of eye, these are the examples here, right? There are other examples also, but as of now, just remember this. Done? Just remember this. Okay? Then bache, stratified cuboidal epithelium. So now you understand it. So simply write down the example. So example may we have the ducts, right? So in stratified cuboidal, here you can take the examples of the secretory ducts of pancreas, right? Your secretory ducts of salivary gland, pancreas, even of the sebaceous gland, right? Even of the sebaceous gland. So salivary gland is also there, salivary glands are also there, right? Sebaceous glands are also there, your mammary glands are also there, and sweat glands are also there. Okay, so secretory ducts, salivary glands, pancreas, sweat glands, and the sebaceous glands. So these are the examples. So again, the question will come from examples. No one will ask you the definitions there. You need to understand the meaning, and then you should know about the example. Okay, bache? You should know about the example. Okay? Okay? Understood? Done? So even always remember, even your mammary gland, because mammary gland separately also we discussed now. So mammary gland is also having this type of epithelium, mammary gland. So now when it is stratified columnar, it can also be ciliated, it can also be non-ciliated. Okay, so if it is ciliated, if this multicellular epithelium is having cilia, so you will see the example in the larynx and epiciliated in epiglottis. Okay, in the glottis rather. Okay, epiglottis, glottis is just the opening, no? Cartilaginous epiglottis is there, but still there you will see. Okay, there you will see. Okay, so these examples are important. Understood, bache? Examples are important. Clear? So this is all about your compound epithelium. Now we have to talk about the cell junctions, and then we have to talk about the glands, and then we will start the connective tissue. Okay, we will start the connective tissue, which is again very easy. So let's talk about the cell junctions. Understood? Let's talk about the cell junctions. Okay, so look at this diagram. So what do you understand from this diagram? Yes, people, what do you understand from this diagram? Anyone? What do you understand from these diagrams? Anything that you need, that you know about these diagrams, please do let me know in the chat section. Let me finish this part, then I'll give you the break. Okay? So please answer the questions. Please answer the questions. Quick. Answer the questions. 3 types. That's it. That's all. Nothing else. Nothing else. Dekho, mainly what do you discuss in your book? You talk about the desmosomes. You talk about the tight junctions. And you talk about the gap junctions. That's what we discuss in general. That's what we discuss in general. But before that, let me tell you in detail what exactly are the cell junctions. As I said, in the multicellular tissue, what is going to happen? The cells, we need to place them together. Okay, we need to place them together. They should remain attached to each other. So there should be something that are going to hold them together, right? So that are basically your junctions, cell junctions. Just I'll give you one very simple example. If I talk about the gap junction, but the word is explaining everything itself. जैसे let's say if you have one cell, if you have another cell, because you are talking about a multicellular body now, you are talking about a tissue. So tissue is a group of cells. So there will be, right, tissue is a group of cells. So there will be many cells, right? So let's say if in between two cells, the continuous cytoplasmic connections are there, right? Continuous cytoplasmic connections are there. That will make the exchange easy, right? Continuous cytoplasmic connections. What is there? Continuous cytoplasmic connection. That is the gap junction. जैसे here if you will see this diagram, in this diagram itself, right, this is the gap from where the things can exchange. So this is the gap junction, continuous cytoplasmic connection. And which protein is going to make that gap junction? Connexin protein, right? Connexin protein will make, basically 6 connexin proteins, they make this gap. Just let's say this is one cell, here you have a gap, obviously a protein is going to, right, the proteins are going to make this gap. So that protein name is connexin. The protein name is connexin. Okay, the protein name is what? Connexin. And the best example of this gap junction, and the only junction that we see in plants, there's in plants, we talk about the plasmodesmata. Yes, in the plants we talk about the plasmodesmata. In the plants we talk about the plasmodesmata. So when you discuss plasmodesmata, it is that continuous cytoplasmic connection, right, from that middle lamella, primary cell wall, secondary cell wall, that is that continuous cytoplasmic connection, that is the plasmodesmata. So plasmodesmata is present in the case of plants only. Okay, plasmodesmata is present in the case of plants only. Done bache? Done. Now the tight junction, tight. Just let's say here you have one cell, this cell is fused with another cell here very tightly, so that leakage should not be there, right? The leakage should not be there. Just say here if you will see this diagram, see, very tightly these two are fused, right? So no leakage across the tight junction, right? There will be no leakage across the tight junction. So in the intestinal cell, in the intestinal epithelium, this is something very common that we see, right? We talk about the apical cell part and the basal. Apical means apex, means tip, basal means base. So see, if tight junction is present at the tip, right, so here no leakage will be there from this part of cell. But if there is no tight junction at the base, obviously the leakage can occur. One thing can move from one cell to another, it can cross through plasma membrane, but here there will be no leaking, there will be no crossing. Okay, bache? So because of these tight junctions, sometimes in a single cell na, it can have two different phases, that one side is passing out the things, another side is not passing out the things. Clear bache? Clear bache? Yes? Is it clear? Is it clear? So this is about the tight junctions, right? So plasma membrane is fused here, no leakage will be there across these cells, and as you can see, mainly you will see it in the columnar cells, right? Mainly in the columnar cells we will see such junctions. So plasma membrane is, yes students, plasma membrane is fused here. Okay, plasma membrane of two cells, yeah, plasma membrane of adjacent cells is fused here. Understood, Madhu? Is that clear? So gap junction and tight junction clear. Gap junction and tight junction clear. Then comes the desmosomes, also known as adherens junction. To adhere means to join. Okay, to adhere means to join. Can you see that? Can you see that? Adherence, right, to join. So adhering junction ya fir joining. So what is going to happen here? Two cells will be linked, right? In some books it is written separately also. Wait, I'll show you. See, this is the gap junction, one cell, another cell, continuous cytoplasmic connection. Okay, so as I said, which protein is there? Connexin protein. Okay, connexin protein. These are the tight junctions. See, plasma membrane is tightly fused, so there will be no leakage, there will be no leakage, and this is your desmosome. So adherence is the word that I have used. Adherent, to adhere, to join. This is one cell, this is another cell. Now we have to fix these two cells together, right? We have to fix these two cells together. So what is going to happen here? D for desmosome, D for disc shaped. So here in the cytoplasm of each cell, you will see some disc-shaped proteins. You will see some disc-shaped proteins, and some protein fibrils are coming out, and they will basically help in joining of these two cells all together. Right, they will basically help in joining of these two cells together. Just here in these desmosomes, if you look at this, what are they? What are they? They are also the protein filaments, but which protein it is? It is the intermediate filament. This is the cytoskeletal element. Actually, it is the intermediate filaments. Okay, it is the intermediate filaments. It's a cytoskeletal structure now. In the cell skeleton, we talk about the intermediate filaments, right? Just a keratin-like protein. Okay, keratin-like protein. So intermediate filament. Is that clear? Desmosomes are there. Okay, so disc-like plates are there with intermediate fibers, bache, right? So these intermediate fibers means intermediate filaments. You also call them as tonofibrils. We call them as tonofibrils. So they are basically keratin-like proteins. Okay, keratin-like proteins they are. Okay, so they will provide support. They will act like a cementing material, cementing junction. It will keep neighboring cells together. Okay, it will keep neighboring cells together. So one cell is also having disc-shaped protein, other. So intermediate filaments are associated with it. Tonofibrils they are. Okay, people, tonofibrils they are. Okay. So another beautiful diagram here. So they go. In your book, it is explained like this. Okay. Just we talk about the adherent. Adherent means joining, to fix, right? And desmosomes also help in that. So when it is a desmosome, so with that desmosomes, these protein fibrils that you can see, remember they are intermediate. I am repeating this point again because students, they get confused here. These are intermediate filaments, right? And when it is simply the adherent, which is also playing role in joining, right? So here actin filaments are associated with this adherent junction. Actin filaments are associated with this adherent junction, and this is gap junction. So continuous cytoplasmic junction. Which protein is there? Connexin. Which protein is there? Connexin. ठीक है बच्चे? ठीक है? Okay, so when it is the adherent junction, in between these are other proteins, the cadherin protein, so that is not required for your NEET, but still you should know. In NCERT, no doubt it is explained all together, but these are two different junctions. In desmosomes it is intermediate, in adherent junction it is actin filament. So NTA prefers the concept. Okay, so you should understand the concept here. Now hemidesmosome, let's say this is one cell, so no doubt in a multi-layered epithelium we have to fix these cells together, but sometimes we have to fix the cell with the ECM, that is your extracellular matrix. We have to fix the cell with the ECM, extracellular matrix. So in that case, when a cell is fixed with the extracellular matrix, so here you do not have desmosome, but hemidesmosome is there. Hemi means half. Just this one, hemidesmosome. So one end is in the basal lamina, right? One part is in the basal lamina, and see that protein fibrils, and here they are in that cytoplasm. So this is hemidesmosome. Okay, bache, this is hemidesmosome. Is that clear? This is hemidesmosome. Understood? See this. Here also you are having this. Just see, this is that protein filament. है ना, and it is fixing it with the surrounding, जैसे electrocellular matrix, या फिर you can say that your basement membrane. So it is a cell matrix junction बच्चे. So here the example is hemidesmosome. Any doubt? The example is hemidesmosome. Any doubt? So this is about the cell junctions. This is about the cell junctions. So next is the glands, right? Just let's discuss about the apocrine, merocrine glands. Okay, but that we will do after break. So from 8:15 there will be a break, from 8:15 to 8:35, right? There will be a break for 20 minutes. So see you all after 20 minutes. See you all after 20 minutes. Okay. Hi everyone, welcome back. Hello, welcome back. So now can you see me, hear me? Just a minute. Okay, fine now. So can you see me, hear me? Hello? No? So hi everyone, let's start the session again and let's start with the glands. Okay, so after glands we will start connective tissue and then obviously the muscular tissue and the neural tissue will be there. So I think in next 2.5 hours we'll finish the session. Okay, so please pay attention, please make the notes as well. The points that I'm mentioning here, they are not the extra points, they are given in NCERT. It's just that I'm linking that points here. Okay, so I'm just linking that points here. Okay, so let's talk about the glands. So first of all, on the basis of what? On the basis of method of secretion, and then on the basis of nature of secretion we will talk about it. Okay, we will talk about the different types of glands. So first category is on the basis of method of secretion. So can you tell me the types of the glands on the basis of method of secretion? Yes. Can you tell me the types of the gland on the basis of method of secretion? Anyone in the class? Yes, it's very simple. So obviously, bache, here you will talk about the exocrine gland, endocrine gland, and the holocrine gland. So when it is the exocrine gland, the gland having ducts. Okay, so it is the gland having ducts. See, overall I already told you that glands can be unicellular. A single cell, when it is secretory, it is the unicellular gland. It can be multicellular, right bache, means it is composed of many cells. Like I gave you the example of sweat glands, I gave you the example of mammary glands, I gave you the example of oil glands, right bache. So that is how you have to understand. When it is multicellular, it can be in tubular form like the sweat glands of the skin, right? It can have the sac-like structures. Sacular means some sac-like structures like this, right? So this is what we have studied. I have already given you the examples. Now we are talking about the glands on the basis of methods of secretion. Jaise exo, endo and hetero. Exo, endo and hetero. So exocrine gland having ducts, right? So what are these ducts? Ducts are the tube-like structures. What are these ducts? These are the tube-like structures. Just for an example, the direct example is of your salivary glands, right? The direct example is of your salivary glands. So salivary glands mein jaise we have parotid, okay, we have submandibular, right? We have sublingual. This is what we have. This is what we have. Yes, people. Yes, people. So these glands, they are having the tubes. The ducts means they are having the tubes and they will directly pass the secretion to the site, right, where it is required. Okay, jaise salivary glands, they are located outside the buccal cavity, isn't it? They are located outside the buccal cavity. With the help of these ducts, they will pour their secretion directly into the buccal cavity. Jaise parotid. Do you remember the name of the glands, bache? Jaise submandibular is having Wharton's duct, right? Your sublingual, it is having duct of Ribinus, right? Your parotid is having Stenson's duct. Do you remember that? Do you remember that? Just let's say if it is a parotid gland, so it is having this duct, we call it as Stenson's duct. So these are the tubes. So the glands having the tubes, they are the exocrine gland. So other than your salivary gland, can you tell me any other example? Can you tell me any other example other than the salivary gland? Very simple it is. Very simple it is. Obviously, we have the example of mammary glands also. Okay, they are also exocrine. We have the examples of intestinal glands also. Okay, the example of sweat. Yeah, sweat gland is also the example. Fine, the sweat gland is also the example. So gastric glands, salivary glands, intestinal glands, sweat glands, mammary glands, they are the examples of the exocrine gland. Okay, bache, they are the examples of the exocrine gland. Done, bache? Done, bache? Is it clear? Is it clear? Then next part is what? Next part is what? Next part is your endocrine glands. So what are endocrine glands? They are the ductless glands. Okay, they are the ductless glands. They do not have any duct. Ma'am, if they do not have any duct, then how will they pass their secretion? So anyone in the class who can tell me about the secretions? Anyone in the class who can tell me about the secretion? Endocrine gland, also known as ductless gland. So you know na, these glands, they will pour their secretion. Okay, these glands, they will pour their secretion directly into blood. Where are they going to pour their secretion? Directly into blood. So when they will pour their secretion into the blood, then obviously blood will carry that particular hormone, right bache? And obviously to the target organ, wherever that specific receptors are present, this hormone will bind to the target organ and the action will be started, right? We will discuss it in human physiology, people, right? Do you want to start, do you want human physiology lectures? Do you want human physiology lectures? Tell me quickly. Do you want human physiology lectures? Yup. Bas. Do you want that or not? Because I was checking out the comments. Many people are like, ma'am, start human physiology, start human physiology, start human physiology. So bache, before human physiology, at least master structural organization in animal. Okay? In structural organization in animal, the frog part is already done. Because of technical glitch, the session got ended. The remaining two parts, I will record the video and then, right, then I will start that chapter again. You can check that videos. Cockroach part also I will take separately. Okay? Cockroach part also I am going to take separately. Are you getting my point? Okay? So let's finish the structural organization part. Let's finish frog and cockroach separately because only one question will come from that part. Then we will start human physiology. So on 2nd of February, we have next marathon of breathing and exchange of gases. Fine. Fine. So bache, please show some energy. Be consistent in this chapter. Yeah, this is not that boring. And do revise the biomolecules. Do revise the biomolecules. Do not miss that chapter. And again, I'm telling you, bache, dekho, go to the Unacademy platform. Okay, you can simply search my name and you will find these free classes. Okay, so today we practice the questions of cell complete unit, right? This is what we have practiced. The aims questions were discussed there, right? Tomorrow we will be practicing diversity in living world MCQs, and then there will be the top 5 concepts of the human physiology on the app itself. It is free of cost. Join these lectures, right? Take the benefit from these lectures, be consistent, and please start your revision properly. Okay, start your revision properly. And you know the schedule for tomorrow? Do you know the schedule for tomorrow? They said tomorrow. Yup. So here you can see tomorrow we'll be practicing top 100 questions of human reproduction and reproductive health. So whatever we have completed in the Game of NEET series, that chapters, their PYQs will be discussed on the YouTube as well. And here you can see people, right, we will discuss it on the we'll practice it tomorrow morning 11 AM. Okay, see you all there. See you all then. Now let's focus here. So endocrine gland will pour their secretion from blood. It will be carried to the target organ. Wherever that specific receptors are present, it will bind. Okay. So we have many examples. Let's talk about Mr. Pituitary. Let's talk about Mr. Thyroid. Let's talk about our parathyroid. So many examples are there. So they are what? They are ductless glands. They are ductless glands. Then comes bache your heterocrine gland. Next is what? Your heterocrine gland, also known as mixed gland, also known as composite gland, isn't it? Isn't it? Heterocrine gland, mixed gland, also known as composite gland. Why is it so? Because bache, it is having exocrine and endocrine part. It is having both, right? Exocrine and endocrine part. It is having both, right? Exocrine and endocrine part. That is why it is the mixed gland. So when it comes to the example, we have the example of pancreas, we have the example of gonads, that is testes and ovary, right? That is testes and ovary. Jaise bache, I'll give you the example of pancreas. In the pancreas, right, there will be the exocrine part, there will be the endocrine part, am I right? There will be the exocrine part, there will be the endocrine part. Understood? So when it is the exo, you know that duct will be present and here it will be ductless. So now in pancreas, 99% is the exocrine part, 1 to 2%, like 98 to 99% is this, 1 to 2% is your endocrine part. So endocrine part is having that alpha cells, beta cells, delta cells, pancreatic polypeptide cells. Okay, do you know this part? This part of pancreas that releases hormone, जैसे alpha cells, they release glucagon, beta cells, they release insulin, right? Delta cells, somatostatin, pancreatic polypeptide cell, pancreatic polypeptides will be released. So this is that endocrine part. So exocrine part of pancreas release digestive juices. What will it do? It will release digestive juices. It is having that SNI, right? Having that cuboidal epithelium. Remember that tubes, and then see this globular structure, right? So this is going to provide us the digestive juices. Okay, this is going to provide us the digestive juices. Done, bache? Understood? So next is what? On the basis of nature of secretion. Okay, so next category is what, bache? On the basis of nature of secretion, there are different types of glands. This is important, please pay attention. Jaise your first category is merocrine gland. Examples are important, bache, right? Not in just NEET. If you will give any other entrance examination now, you can find this particular, right? You can find this particular question. So merocrine gland, also known as eccrine glands, right, bache? So sometimes what happens, see, now gland is something which is going to secrete, right? It is secretory. Sometimes what happens, just let's say the glands, the cells of this gland, they just simply pour their secretion, right? Like simply by exocytosis. What is the meaning of exocytosis? Exo means outside the cell. Just let's say this is a cell, it is releasing something, it is like secreting something without any damage to the cell. Simply that particular substance will release from this particular cell, or you can say that substance by simple diffusion will come out from the cell, right? Will come out from the cell. So basically no part of cytoplasm will be destroyed here, है ना? No part of cytoplasm is destroyed. Am I right? No part of cytoplasm is destroyed from this merocrine or the eccrine gland. So here you have many examples. Jaise we have the example of sweat gland. Examples are important, bache. Sweat glands, right? The tubular kind of glands. The nature of secretion is merocrine or eccrine. Other than that, your salivary glands are also there, right? Salivary glands are also there. Even the, right? So sweat gland, salivary gland, right? Sweat gland, salivary gland. Other than that, bache, mucus glands are also there, right? Mucus glands are also there. So that's what you need to remember. This is what you can write down if you want. Mucus glands are also there. Even your intestinal gland, your gastric glands, they are also the example. Now second category is of apocrine gland. So do you know how do I remember this? Apocrine gland, it's very simple. Apical means tip. Just let's say here in this gland, in the cells, the secretory substance will get accumulated to one end, to the apical end. Okay? The secretory substance will get accumulated here to the apical end. Just let's say whatever will be released now, it will be accumulated here. Now this part will be destroyed. This part will be destroyed. This part will be removed and the secretion will be passed. Okay, that's how the secretion will be passed. So this is apocrine gland. So the part of the cell will be destroyed, right? The tip of the cell will be destroyed here. Yes or no? The apical part, the apical portion will shed along, isn't it? It will shed along. Yes, bache. So the example is very important here. Example is very important here, and that is the mammary gland. Okay, that is the mammary gland. Example is very important here. So apocrine, apical, right, sweetie? Apocrine, apical. Is that clear? Apocrine, apical. Is that clear? Yes, is that clear? Sure? Is it clear? Sure? Sure. So the third category is holocrine gland. जैसे the word is holocrine gland, whole, W-H-O-L-E, whole, right? That complete cell will be destroyed here. Okay, this is how I remember. So apical माने tip, apex, right? Tip, holocrine, whole, W-H-O-L-E, whole. That's how you can relate. So the secretory cell is destroyed. Okay, it is destroyed, completely destroyed. So here cell will stay like this, exocytosis will be here, but here the cell will totally be destroyed, the holocrine gland. So bache, when it is the holocrine gland, the examples are your sebaceous gland, right? That oil gland is the example, sebaceous gland. You know, sometimes even we forget these examples. Like, I don't know about other teachers, but sometimes, yeah, I do forget such examples. So I have to revise it again and again. Do you know that? Right? So revision is required. Jaise there are the chapters, jaise your genetics, your cell cycle and cell division, your plant physiology, where all that cycles are there. That part is good for me because here there is a concept. You have to remember the concept. So I'm good in that biochemistry wala part, right? But when it is about these examples, you know, the morphology examples, the examples here, right? Even I have to revise it again and again. Okay? Jaise I honestly, I'm telling you, like before your class I was studying. Do you know that? Before your class, even I was studying. I was revising the examples here, and especially for the morphology. I have to revise. Okay? Chalo, so this is what you need to remember. Now let's move to the next part, that is your connective tissue. Okay? Let's move to the next part, that is your connective tissue. So what do you know about the connective tissue? The most widely distributed tissue, right? Other than this line, what do you know about the connective tissue? Most, other than this line, widely distributed tissue. What do you know about the connective tissue? Thank you, sweetie. Bache, is it saltatory free fire gaming? I don't know this word. What are you saying? Is it saltatory? Linking and supporting tissue, linking and supporting, mesodermal in origin. Very good, sweetie. Nice point. Nice point. So we are talking about the connective tissue. What are we talking? We are talking about the connective tissue. Say yes, you are right. It is the most abundant and widely distributed tissue which is present. Right? What is it? It is the most abundant and widely distributed tissue. What is it? It is the most abundant and widely distributed tissue. That is your connective tissue for linking and supporting. Right? For linking and supporting. Yeah, right? What is it? It is for linking and supporting, most widely distributed tissue, connective tissue. And yes, bache, it is mesodermal in origin. It is made up of what? It is made up of, yes people, it is made up of what? It is made up of mesoderm. Okay, so mesoderm is the germ layer. So it is mesodermal in origin. So it is most abundant and widely distributed tissue which is mesodermal in origin. Understood? Understood? Right, bache? So here in this connective tissue, what are you going to see? Already you should have that picture in your mind that there will be epithelial tissue, basement membrane, connective tissue. Okay? Connective tissue is going to provide the nourishment to that epithelial part. This is what we know. So now when it is the connective tissue, here we talk about the cells, we talk about the matrix. Okay, we talk about the cells, we talk about the matrix. Let me give you one example. Matrix is what? Matrix is that ground substance, something which is cementing also, right? Ground substance, matrix. Okay, ground substance it is. But you see, on the basis of matrix, that what type of matrix is there na, on the basis of that we divide connective tissue in 3 categories. Okay, Madhu, we divide connective tissue in 3 categories on the basis of what? On the basis of this matrix. Just let's say if it is soft and fibrous, it can be soft and fibrous, means so many fibers are there. Now ma'am, what are the fibers, hai na? Now your next question will be, ma'am, what are the fibers? Obviously they are proteinaceous, matrix. Now this can be densely mineralized. Just in matrix minerals can be there, or it can be without fibers also. This matrix can be without fibers also. So on the basis of these things, you have different type of connective tissue, right? You have different type of connective tissues, or you can say that you have different type of matrix as well. जैसे connective tissue proper, ठीक है, connective tissue skeletal, connective tissue vascular. Okay, done. So matrix is going to decide. Matrix is going to decide that. Let me give you, let me show you that. Just a minute. Please make the flow charts. They are very good for the quick revision. Okay. Kindly make the flow charts. They are very good for the quick revision. So in connective tissue we have, as I said, soft. Dekho, matrix is soft and fibrous, right? Matrix is soft and fibrous. So on the basis of that, we have loose connective tissue. Like when matrix is soft and fibrous, here you will talk about loose and dense connective tissue. Okay? For connective tissue, the short form will be CT that I will use. Densely mineralized means you are talking about the bones and cartilages here. Vascular, which is without fiber, and it is even having liquid matrix. This is your blood and lymph. Okay, this is your blood and lymph. Is that clear? This is your blood and lymph. Okay. So loose connective tissue, you have dense connective tissue, we have specialized connective tissue. Okay, loose, dense and specialized connective tissue. So when it is the specialized connective tissue, it is having skeletal connective tissue, it is having your vascular connective tissue. Okay, vascular connective tissue. So when it is skeletal, you are talking about the bone, you are talking about the cartilage, right? When it is vascular, you are talking about the blood, you are talking about the lymph. Am I clear? You are talking about the blood, you are talking about the lymph. Now when it is loose connective tissue, bache, the question will come from examples. Okay, the question will come from examples. So loose connective tissue mein you have the example of areolar connective tissue, you have the example of adipose connective tissue, and when it is the dense connective tissue, you have the example of dense regular, you have the example of dense irregular. Okay, and the most important example that I am highlighting here is that this dense regular connective tissue, bacha log, it is having your tendons and ligaments. Okay, it is having your tendons and ligaments. Fine. This is a previous year question. Okay, so it's all about the matrix. Free fire gaming, we will discuss that. Please have patience. Okay, please have patience. So let's include the NCERT Didi as well. So NCERT is saying कि connective tissue the most abundant and widely distributed in the body. So another PYQ, please highlight this, right? Even in your NCERT, please highlight this. Yes, please highlight this. Then they are named connective because of their special function of linking and supporting other tissues, right? So this point is very important, people. Please focus here that in all connective tissue except blood, means leaving blood, all the connective tissue, they are having the matrix. Matrix is having cell. The cells will secrete fibers of structural proteins called collagen or elastin. Means in blood collagen or elastin is absent, the fibers are absent, but bache in all other connective tissues, right bache, in all other connective tissue these fibers are present. Is that clear? These fibers are present. So when you talk about the fibers, so that fibers are having what? They are having strength, they will provide strength, elasticity, flexibility to the tissue. Okay bache, and the cells here in this matrix, they are secreting fibers, plus they are also secreting or modifying the polysaccharides. Basically they are forming the matrix. So this point is very important. Okay, this point is very important. ठीक है बच्चे. So now let's talk about the cells of the connective tissue. ठीक है. So what do we have in connective tissue? Fibers and matrix. Fibers and matrix. When you talk about the connective tissue, you have fibers and matrix, right? Fibers and matrix. So that is what we have to discuss. Even in your book, can you see the picture like this? Can you see a picture like this? Right? Or let me make it little better. जैसे something like this, something like this. Yes. So basically what type of cell it is? It's a fibroblast. What type of cell it is? It's a fibroblast. What is it? It's a fibroblast cell. If you look at this cell now, bache, it is maximum in number. Okay, it is maximum in number. It is having cytoplasmic processes. What does it contain? It is having cytoplasmic processes. Can you see that? These are the cytoplasmic processes. Right bache, and it is the write down. It is the cell that it is having two main functions. It is the cell that produces matrix, right? It's a chief matrix producing cell. That is very, very, very important. It's a chief matrix producing cell. It's a chief matrix producing cell, fibroblast. So it is maximum in number, it is having cytoplasmic processes, and it produces matrix, chief matrix producing cell. And bache, it also, right, it also produce fibers. Fibroblast it is na, it also produce fibers. So fibers are nothing, they are the structural proteins, like the collagen fiber, right, having collagen protein, white fiber it is, your yellow fiber having elastic protein, having elastic fiber having elastin protein. Okay, so that is what you need to remember. So the cells, right bache, right, maximum in number, largest cells having cytoplasmic process, chief matrix producing cells, and they produce fiber, right bache, right? So they are the largest cells of matrix, fibroblast cell, right, fibroblast cell, and these are two main functions. Now let me tell you, when you talk about these fibroblast cells now, they are not kind of, you know, they can even form bone producing cells or the cartilage producing cell. Ultimately it is the matrix. If that matrix is soft and fibrous, you are going to talk about the loose connective tissue and dense. If that matrix is mineralized, right, the minerals are deposited, we are going to talk about that specialized connective tissue, that is your bone and cartilage. So these fibroblasts, they can also get modified, they can also form the chondroblast and the osteoblast. Okay bache? So we consider them as the undifferentiated cells of the matrix. What are they considered? They are considered as the undifferentiated cells of matrix that can produce undifferentiated cells of the matrix that can produce, yes bache, that can divide into or differentiate into chondroblast, that is a cartilage forming cell, and osteoblast, that is a bone forming cell. It can get modified into chondroblast and the osteoblast. So undifferentiated cell of matrix that can modify into chondroblast and osteoblast. So chondroblast cartilage forming, osteoblast, yes bache, osteoblast bone forming. ठीक है बच्चे, so this is what you need to remember. Okay, done. So they are the chief matrix producing cell. They produce the fibers are of structural protein. So this is what you need to remember. And here in this diagram, because diagram based question can also be there, this is the fibroblast, right? This is the fibroblast. Understood? So now can you see that this fibroblast is having these fibers also, right? This is the collagen fiber. First of all, let me explain you the diagram. So collagen fiber, bache, this collagen na, okay, so this is going to provide the strength to the matrix. Okay, this is going to provide the strength to the matrix. So when you talk about this collagen protein is the most abundant protein of extracellular matrix. It is the most abundant protein of extracellular matrix. Okay, or we can also call it as most abundant, right? Also call it as most abundant protein of animal world. Okay, so it is the most abundant protein of animal world. Done bache. The most abundant protein of biosphere is your rubisco, but it is the most abundant protein of extracellular matrix or the animal world. Collagen fibers, it is going to provide strength to this matrix. Okay, it is going to provide strength to this matrix. So who's producing these fibers? Fibroblast. Who's producing these fibers? Fibroblast. ठीक है बच्चे. So most abundant protein of the animal kingdom. So these are going to provide strength, right बच्चे? Right. Yes, is it right? Done. Okay, so this is what you need to remember. And remember, collagen fibers are wavy, they are inelastic, they are tough, and you know what, they are also, because collagen fibers are present, so you can also call that fiber as white fiber. Okay, white fiber. Collagen fiber and white fiber is the same thing. Collagen fiber and white fiber is the same thing. So this point is very important. Again, this point is also a PYQ. Understood? So now when you look at this matrix, it is having another cell, that is your mast cell. Can you see that? Bache? This is very important. I'm repeating this again. This is very important, mast cell. So when you talk about this mast cell is having S-shaped nucleus, bache, right? It is the second matrix producing cell. After your fibroblast, it is the one that will produce the matrix. So it is having S-shaped nucleus, right? What will you see? It is having S-shaped nucleus. So this mast cell, it's just like the WBC, basophil WBC. So S-shaped nucleus is there, and this is the one that will release, bache, your histamine. I'll tell you the functions as well. Heparin, serotonin. Okay, this is what it releases. I'll explain it. This is what it releases. First of all, mark the diagram. Okay, mast cells, right bache, S-shaped nucleus is there, right? They look like the basophil of the blood. Okay, so it is important they release histamine, serotonin, heparin, right bache? And other than that, matrix is also synthesized. I already told you, matrix is also Matrix is also synthesized by mast cells. Clear बच्चे? And this is also the matrix producing cell, right? It is also the matrix producing cell. We'll tell you the function of the histamine and all. First of all, diagrams, they are very important. Okay, diagrams are very important. Now बच्चे, here you have the macrophage, right? जैसे this mast cell, it is also amoeboid. It is also amoeboid in shape, means irregular in shape, right? What type of shape is there? Irregular shape. What type of shape is there? Irregular. So now when you talk about the macrophages, what are they? Bache, they are the phagocytotic cells, right? They are the phagocytotic cells. Okay, so here in this matrix we have the macrophages that are phagocytotic, that can engulf the foreign particle. What can they do? They can engulf the foreign particle, the any invader they can engulf, right? And yes bache, you are right, they are also known as the squangers, है ना? They are also known as the squangers. Okay, so let me be very specific here, right? Let me be very specific here that the macrophages of the connective tissue, they are known as histiocytes. Array, do you know that they are known as histiocytes? If you will find the word histiocytes, do not get confused. They are known as histiocytes. जैसे liver में we have the Kupffer cells, ठीक है? Brain में microglial cells are there, है ना? Same way, the macrophages of connective tissue, they are known as histiocytes. They are known as histiocytes. Is that clear? Yes, is that clear? Tell me बच्चों, is that clear? Sure? Are you sure? Mast cells done, kind of S-shaped nucleus it is having, right? So now when you look at the diagram, can you see this cell? Can you see this cell? Can you recognize this cell? Anyone in the class here? This diagram is from NCERT. Can you recognize this cell? Anyone here in the class? Can you recognize this cell? See this one, this one. Bache, actually it is a fat cell that is present in the matrix, right? Which cell it is? It's a fat cell. So if fat cell is the word, means it is an adipocyte. It is an adipocyte. What is it? Right, so this cell having irregular cytoplasmic processes, it is your fibroblast. These fibers that I am making, these are the collagen fibers which are going to provide the strength to the matrix. They are wavy, inelastic, tough fibers. They can undergo boiling, they can form gelatin. Okay, now I am talking about this cell. We are calling it as fat cell or adipocyte. So what is fat cell? Adipocyte, it is going to store the fat. Simple. But the point here is it is having this is a single locule, so it is a monolocular adipocyte, right? Monolocular adipocyte means it is a fat cell having only single locule, right? And the peripheral cytoplasm is there. Can you see that? Peripheral cytoplasm is there. So this is a fat cell, right? It is forming the white, right bache, it is having single large central globule, so it is forming the white fat. Okay, it is forming the white fat. Is that clear? So can you see that? Is that clear? Yes or no? Yes or no? Bache, will tell you about the white and the brown fat also, but as of now please mark it. Yes, please mark it. So it is not just the multilocular adipocyte that you are going to get. You will also see the fat cells where many locules will be there. Okay, where many locules will be there. So it is monolocular adipocyte. You will, in the matrix, you will also see yes, multilocular adipocyte. right? So basically they are having many locule. So such fat cells form brown fat. Okay, such fat cells, they form brown fat. We will I'll explain it, just allow me 5 more minutes. Okay, so this part clear, these fat cells are clear, these fat cells are clear. So in the matrix itself now bache, you will see lymphocytes also. Okay, what are you going to see in the matrix bache? What are you going to see in the matrix? You are going to see the lymphocytes also. जैसे lymphocytes में particularly, you know na, lymphocyte is a type of WBC, right? It's a type of WBC, especially the plasma cell, right? The plasma cell, lymphocyte. Okay bache, lymphocyte. Okay, which will divide to form the plasma cell. Okay, so you know that they are going to play role in the immune, right? They are the immune cells, right? The cells that will provide the immunity, right? Cells of immune system they are. What are they? Cells of immune system. So lymphocyte is a WBC, right bache? So lymphocytes में you know that plasma cells, जैसे B lymphocyte and T lymphocytes are there. B lymphocytes and T lymphocytes are there. B lymphocyte will further from plasma cells that will form antibody, and there will be the memory cells, right? So lymphocytes are also there in that matrix. Clear bache? Lymphocytes are also there in that matrix. Is that clear? Sure. Okay, so any other doubt? Do you have any other doubt? Sure. Okay, so here in the matrix now you will see some other fibers which are also branched. जैसे ये देखो, in this matrix you will see some fibers which are also branched, wait, so now this is fully, no, we have the space here. जैसे ये देखो, you will see the fibers that are branched, which are made up of bache elastin protein, right? So they are basically the yellow fibers. Okay, they are basically the yellow fibers, so they will provide elasticity. Okay, जैसे collagen fibers is inelastic, it will provide elasticity. So basically fibers are there in matrix. Yellow fiber, collagen fiber, one reticular fiber is also there. We will discuss individually. Fibroblast cells are there. Then you have, yes bache, the mast cells are also there, right? Other than that, these monolocular fat cells are also there. These macrophages are also there, and these are the fibers that you need. So plasma cells are also there. Okay, so you need to remember this. Okay. So mast cells may I already explained you bache, but still, as I said, mast cell, it will release histamine, it will release serotonin, and heparin, and even it is matrix producing. Okay, so when it is the histamine, right? Histamine is a vasodilator. Okay, vasodilator, it dilates the blood vessel. Right bache? So whenever in body any allergen is present, histamine will be released by mast cells. You know that in our body, whenever there is any allergen, histamine will be released. So now what that histamine will do? It's a vasodilator. It will dilate blood vessel. It will widen that blood vessel. So what is going to happen? Some blood will exude here in the surrounding. Okay? So that exudated blood, it will get kind of clotted. It will form that redness or the swelling wala part. Right, or that swelling wala part. Just whenever we have the allergy, that itching is there, inflammation is there, some rashes also form. Yes or no? Some rashes they also form. Tell me, some rashes they also form. Tell me quickly, people. Yes, some rashes they also form. Yes or no? है ना? So when from this histamine is released, blood vessels will dilate, blood will pass to the surrounding, right? And then here some WBCs are also trapped in this blood, so it will form that redness here, reddish area, the swelling will be there. So that is what we see in the allergy. This is the role of histamine, right? So whenever there is any allergy, any allergen in the body, if a person is having allergy, so the antihistamines are given, right? Antihistamines are given, right? Then comes the serotonin. So serotonin is a vasoconstrictor, it constricts the blood vessel, right? So their functions are opposite. So it will constrict the blood pressure, it will increase the blood flow then, okay? So whenever there is any site of, at the site of injury, serotonin will be released there, right? It will also dilate blood vessels so that blood flow will not be there, okay? Okay, so serotonin is a vasoconstrictor. It is also known as happy hormone. And heparin, you know that it is natural anti-blood coagulant. It will not let the blood to get clotted in our intact blood vessels. Okay, normally in our body also blood vessels are there, blood is flowing there. So in an intact blood vessel, the blood should not clotted, right bache? So heparin is released. Done? Okay, okay, okay. So mast cells, histamine, serotonin, heparin. Okay, so that is what you need to remember. I already told you about the, yes bache, about the fat cells. So you have brown fat, you have white fat. So brown fat is multilocular. Here even it is having more mitochondria. Okay, it will produce more energy. Monolocular adipocyte will form less energy. We will discuss it in adipose tissue wala part. Okay, bache. So brown color is because of a pigment present in the cytoplasm. So this is all about the cell. So this part clear? Tell me people, this part clear? This part clear? Tell me quickly. Sure? Sure? So this is about the matrix. Okay? So now let's talk about the loose connective tissue. Firstly, let's talk about the loose connective tissue. So here it is going to have proper connective tissue, like fibers will be there, like cells will be there, right? So but why is it loose? Because cells and fibers, they are loosely arranged in that semi-fluid ground substance. Okay? Oh, okay, right? And see bache, I told you about the, yes, about the cells na. So matrix is also there in connective tissue. Matrix means ground substance where all that cells and fibers are present. So it is having the mucopolysaccharide hyaluronic acid, right? What does it contain? Hyaluronic acid. Yes, what does it contain? Hyaluronic acid. So bache, it is the cementing material. Do you know that? It links two cells together. It is what? It is the cementing material. What is it? It is the cementing material. Jaise, you know, these days, so jaise in the shampoos also hyaluronic acid is there, in that creams also for avoid the aging and all, right? Right, this hyaluronic acid is used. In many serums, these hyaluronic acids are used, right? Right? So they are anti-aging also. This is what they are considered. Obviously, now they will act on this connective tissue, on the cementing layer. The cells layer will be, you know, tightened up, something like this. Okay, so matrix is having the hyaluronic acid. Understood? Matrix is having the hyaluronic acid. So lymphocytes are also there, plasma cells are also there. Okay, I told you about the fibers, and chalo, individually also we should discuss the fibers. I have given you the overview now. So, oh, one second. So matrix mein it is having mucopolysaccharide, hyaluronic acid. Okay, hyaluronic acid, and I just told you about the fibers. You know, so they are of different types. They are of different types. Just say I told you about the collagen fiber. So collagen, the most abundant protein. Do I need to mention it, students? Do I need to mention it again, that it is the most abundant protein? Do I need to mention it again? Yes, bache. Yes, bache. Tell me quickly. Quickly. We are talking about the fibers. Yes, we are talking about the fibers. Anji, so tell me quickly, everyone here in the class, please answer. Collagen fibers. What are collagen fibers? They are the white fibers. Okay, they are the white fibers. Which protein do they have? They have the collagen protein. So collagen protein is the most abundant protein of the animal world. It is having triple helical structure, right? It is having triple helical structure. Clear bache? Clear? So it is wavy, tough, it is wavy, it is tough, it is even inelastic, right? It is not providing elasticity, rather it will provide strength. So upon boiling, it gives gelatin. Okay, on boiling it gives gelatin, means basically it will get boiled. Okay, it will get boiled. Now bache, we have the yellow fiber, also known as elastic fiber. So which protein will be there in this elastic fiber? Elastin protein. Okay, elastin protein. So the name is telling you everything, isn't it? The name is telling you everything, isn't it? So if it is having the elastin protein, so it will provide the elasticity, right? It will provide the elasticity. Clear bache? Clear. So it is a branched fiber, but present singly, right? It is not in groups. That's say collagen fibers, it will be in collagen protein, it will be in groups. It will exist in groups. Okay, all together, like bundles. Rather than groups, I should use the word bundles. But when you talk about this yellow fiber, na, right? So it is branched fiber, but present singly, not in bundles. It is having maximum elasticity. It is having maximum elasticity, and it is resistant to chemicals even, bache. It is resistant to chemicals, and it doesn't get boiled. Do you know that? It doesn't get boiled. Okay, it doesn't get boiled. Clear bache? Clear? Basically when boiled na, they do not dissolve. Just this one collagen is going to give us the gelatin, but yellow elastic fibers, they will not do this. Okay, they will not do this. Okay, done. Okay, so next is bache your reticular fiber. So that reticular fibers are having reticulin protein. So it is also branched and formed dense network. This fiber is also branched. It is also branched and formed dense network. Okay, so where are you? So it is going to form the network. So do not confuse this network and elasticity wala part. Okay, do not confuse this network and elasticity wala part, because here elasticity is totally absent. Okay, here elasticity is totally absent. They are basically the delicate kind of fibers. Okay, they are delicate fibers. So we will see in the lymphoid tissues. Okay, so it is highly branched. It is more branched than, it is profusely branched. It is more branched than yellow fiber. So it is in lymphoid tissue. We are going to find these type of fibers in lymphoid tissue. Just like in the spleen, we will get it, right? So when it is the matrix, it is the hyaluronic acid. So that's what you have to remember. This is all about the, right? This is all about the fiber. So if there is any doubt, do let me know, people, because after this we will start the loose connective tissue. This part clear? After it we will start the loose connective tissue. Clear, bache? Clear. Okay, so let's go. So here you people can see the loose connective tissue, and see diagram should be very clear. Okay, diagram should be very clear. Understood? The diagram should be very clear. So here I told you already, in loose connective tissue we have two examples, areolar connective tissue and the adipose connective tissue. Areolar and adipose. So question will come from examples, bache. Okay? Question will come from examples. Okay? Okay, so when it is the areolar connective tissue, it is again the most widely distributed. Just say here it is written, it is all as per NCERT. Okay, then I will tell you the extra points. Let's revise it from NCERT first. Fine, let's revise it from NCERT first, then I will tell you the extra points. So see this, areolar tissue present beneath the skin, under the skin. So of course, the question will be there from location. Often it serves as a support framework for epithelium. It contains fibroblasts, macrophages and mast cells. You already know about it. Then comes the adipose tissue. So basically in NCERT they didn't mention many points, but yeah, question can come. Okay. Okay. So it is another type of loose connective tissue located mainly beneath the skin. So the cells of this tissue are specialized to store fat. Right? Adipose it is the. So adipose tissue it is the. So it will store what? It will store fats. Okay, it will store fats, right? So excess of nutrients which are not used immediately, they are converted into the fats and stored in this tissue. Basically bache, in our body also, right? Whatever extra we take, jaise ki body needs the carbohydrate, the protein, the fat. So if we take anything in excess, ultimately it will be converted to the fats. Even if you are taking carbohydrates in excess, they'll be converted to fats. Even if you are taking proteins in excess, but ultimately the end of the story is ki everything will get converted into the fats. Okay, okay, okay. So here it is not that difficult. I will add few extra points also in the adipose tissue. Just if you talk about this diagram, so this diagram is just of monolocular adipocyte. This is a fat cell, bache. Right, this is a fat cell. Adipocyte means fat cell it is. So it is monolocular because it is having just single locule. So as I already said, it will form white fat, bache. It generates comparatively less energy because, and in comparison to the monolocular adipocyte, because they have more mitochondria. So that is what we have to discuss. But in NCERT, it is given like this only, right? It is very limited. Okay, 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 okay. Yes. Yes or no? Okay. Okay, chalo. So now let's revise it again. Areolar connective tissue. So areolar word, areolar. You know that it is associated with the air spaces. It is associated with the air spaces. So it is the part of loose connective tissue because here the matrix and the cells and the fibers, they are loosely, right, associated. Ye dekho, it is given in NCERT, na, cells and fibers are loosely arranged. Cells and fibers are loosely arranged. Ultimately what is happening, bache? Cells and fibers are loosely arranged. So when they are loosely arranged, so in between we will see what? We will see air spaces, right? And in that air spaces, what will you see? Right? Air spaces are there, yes or no? Air spaces are there because these bundles are not arranged properly, these fibers are not arranged properly. So that air spaces mein what will you see? Obviously the fibers, the cells in between. Basically the collagen bundles are not compact here. Okay, collagen bundles are not compactly present here. Understood? Understood? Yes or no? Understood? Yes or no? So here in this areolar connective tissue, you will see few elastic fibers are present. Okay, they are not too much. Few elastic fibers are present. And I already told you that this areolar connective tissue, it is present beneath the skin. Right? We have already covered the NCERT. So it is present beneath, means under the skin. Okay, it is present under the skin. Right, bache? It is present under the skin. Okay? Okay, okay, okay. Right? So examples में you know that in mammal skin is tightly attached with muscle ना, right? जैसे देखो ना mammals में there is a skin, the skin is tightly attached to the muscles. How is it tightly attached to the muscles? With the help of tissue. Which tissue is it? It is the areolar connective tissue that helps in that. Okay, right? So it is a layer which connects the skin with the underlying skeletal muscle. So that is also the example of your areolar connective tissue. Here you have the skin, yeah, under it there will be a layer. This layer attaches the skin to the muscles, right bache? So this is the areolar connective tissue. What is it? It is the areolar connective tissue. Are you getting my point? Areolar connective tissue. Clear bache? Clear. And even in the submucosa of your trachea, that is also the example of areolar connective tissue. Understood? That is also the example of Samiksha, areolar connective tissue. There are many other examples also. I am just giving you the one. Okay. Now here I told you, these are the bundles. These are the bundles of the collagen fibers. Okay? So here bundles are loosely arranged. Okay. The air spaces will contain fibers or cell. Now let's talk about the adipose connective tissue. So when you talk about this adipose connective tissue, it is also the modification. Do you know that? It is also the modification of areolar connective tissue. It is also the modification of areolar connective tissue. But in air spaces, fat is deposited. In air spaces, what will you see? You will see the fat. Okay, you will see the fat. Clear bache? Clear. Fat is deposited. And how? Because in that air spaces adipocytes are present. What are that adipocytes? Fat cells. What are that adipocytes? They are the fat cells. Clear bache? Clear. Yes or no? Yes or no? So obviously this is a fat layer. You know that fat is also for the insulation. Am I right? Fat is also for the insulation. Am I right? Yes. So it is also present beneath the skin. It is also present beneath, means under the skin. Okay. And on the basis of fat cell, you have two types of fats. On the basis of, yes people, fat cell, two types of fat is there. Just say one is your white fat. As I said, it is having monolocular adipocyte. Now you know the meaning of monolocular adipocyte, right? Now you know the meaning of monolocular adipocyte, that they are having single locule. Okay? They are having single locule. So on the basis of fat cell, two type of fat is there. जो white fat है, having monolocular adipocyte, right? So you know that, right? Here it is having the, yes people, what does it contains? Monolocular, single locule, right? So in white fat, this is what we have. Okay? Single locule. It is having single locule. Okay? What does it contains? It is having single locule. What is it? It is the white fat. Okay, bache? So now here you will see less cytoplasm, and here in this fat, even the mitochondria. Okay, mitochondria is also less. It is having less cytoplasm. It is having less mitochondria. Okay, mitochondria is also less, thus produces less energy. So this fat is not going to provide you more energy because it is having less mitochondria. Peripheral cytoplasm is there. Okay, so if I give you the example, just say hump of camel, that is the example of your white fat. Okay, do you know blubber in the case of whale? blubber, a very thick layer of fat under the skin, right? Right? Yes or no? Blubber, a very thick layer of fat under the skin. Just say in the aquatic mammals you might have seen. Take the example of whale. That is very thick, right? That is very thick. Okay. So in that thick wala, right? Thick. That whale is very thick. It is having very thick skin. So that thick skin, how is it helping? How that thick skin is helping students? So what is going to happen, people, basically there? What is going to happen, bache? That is acting like a layer of insulation. Okay, right? That will protect, that will conserve the heat within the body, that will protect from the cold, the blubber. Do check it. Okay, do check it. So hump of camel, blubber. Other than that, bache, yellow bone marrow is also the example of this white fat. Right? So next is the brown fat. You know, brown fat is multilocular it contains multilocular adipocyte. So basically here fat cells are having many locules. Okay, fat cells are having many locules here. Clear, bache? Fat cells are having many locules here, and here in this brown fat now, it is having more mitochondria. Do you know that? It is having more mitochondria, so it produces near about 20 times. So it produces 20 times more energy than white fat. Okay, so it produces 20 times more energy than white fat. Are you getting it? It produces 20 times more energy than white fat. Okay. Okay, clear? Done? So can you just tell me that why the color here is brown in this brown fat? Can you just tell me that why the color here is brown in this brown fat? Because in brown fat, because of the pigment, right? What is there? Pigment in cytoplasm is present, that will give the brown color. And bache, obviously because it is producing more heat than the white fat, right? So again, it is helping in the insulation, but the point here is what you need to know, that it is not present, right? This brown fat is not present in human adults. This brown fat is present in the newborn baby. In humans na, it is in the infants, in the newborn baby, and then that brown fat will be replaced by the white fat. Okay, initially it is associated with one protein, thermogenin. Okay, so that UU1, I don't remember that exactly, but thermogenin protein is present here. Okay, thermogenin protein is present there. So newly born baby is having the brown fat, right, bache? Other than that, rodents which will go for the sleeps, rodents like rat, shrew, they also have the brown fat. Okay, they also have the brown fat. Understood? So in hibernating animals, we will see that brown fat is present. So in hibernating animals, energy is taken by brown fat. Okay, so hibernating, you know na, winter sleep it is. Okay, done. So this is about the fat. Next part that we need to discuss is dense connective tissue. Okay, next is the dense connective tissue. Understood? Yes, understood. So what do you know about the dense connective tissue? See this is the dense connective tissue. So fibers and fibroblasts are compactly packed. Okay, they are tightly packed. And here in this dense connective tissue now, this is the main point, that bache fibers and fibroblasts are compactly packed, but how are they arranged, their orientation. Okay, just let's say if, see, they are also having two categories, dense regular, dense irregular. So when will it be the dense regular? When the collagen fibers are present in rows between many parallel bundles of fibers. ठीक है, collagen fibers are present in rows between many parallel bundle of fibers. Is that clear बच्चे? Yes, is that clear? So collagen fibers, they are present in a regular pattern, right? Fibroblast cells are arranged in a series in between. Can you see these diagrams? So this is the dense regular. Okay, this is the dense regular connective tissue. So here you can see these are the fibers, these are the collagen fibers, and here you will see that cells, right? These are the fibroblast cells. These are the fibroblast cells. So see, compactly they are packed. So when their orientation is not proper, when they are scattered like this, then it will be dense irregular connective tissue. Okay, then it will be dense irregular connective tissue. Okay, so again on the basis of one other example I will explain it. So dense connective tissue is the title bache that we have. Dense connective tissue is the title that we have. So ultimately you know that fibers and fibroblasts are compactly packed, isn't it? Ultimately this is what you know, that fibers and fibroblasts are compactly packed. Am I right? Yes bache, am I right? Please tell me, am I right? Tell me quickly. So fibers and fibroblasts are compactly packed. So bache, here also na we divide it into two categories. Jaise we talk about the white fibrous connective tissue. We even talk about the yellow fibrous connective tissue. I know in NCERT it is not given like this, but yes, question can come from this part. So please highlight white fibrous connective tissue, yellow. Bache, if I am using the word white, dekho, ultimately it is dense connective tissue. Fibers and fibroblasts are compactly packed, but how's their orientation? It is going to decide whether it is dense regular or irregular. So we have white fibrous connective tissue. So if white is the word, it should be clear, it should be clear, right? It should be clear that it is having the collagen fibers. So Karthik, Krish, ma'am, Conquer batch and Game of NEET is enough. But Game of NEET is enough for your NEET 2025. Okay, Game of NEET is enough for your NEET 2025, but we will start another batch for the NEET 2025 aspirants as well. Okay, we will start another batch for the NEET 2025 aspirants. Don't worry about it. Let's focus here. So white fibrous connective tissue. Okay, so here it is white fibrous. So collagen fibers are abundant. Collagen fibers are abundant, and bacha yellow fibers and reticular fibers are absent, right? Yellow and reticular fibers are absent. Understood? That is what your white fibrous connective tissue is. Clear bache? Clear bache? Yes. So on the basis of, now here in this yellow and white na, we further divide it into regular and irregular. Just we use two words for it, cord and the sheath. Cord means dense regular it is, okay, dense regular it is, and sheath means dense irregular. So bache, in regular and irregular, again I am repeating the differences of orientation. Fibers and fibroblasts will be compactly packed, but how are they arranged? Are they arranged parallelly or they are just scattered? That will decide dense regular and irregular. Okay, that will decide dense regular and irregular. Okay, so if they are distributed, if that fibers and fibroblasts are distributed in a regular pattern, cord. If it is distributed in irregular pattern, the sheath will be the word. If you can remember the word sheath and cord, very good. If you cannot, at least you should know the example. जैसे white fibrous connective tissue में, dense regular में tendon is the example. So बच्चे, tendon is the one that will link. Yes बच्चे, tendon is the one that will link. Anyone in the class? Tendon is the one that will link muscle and bones. It's a previous year question. Connect bone and muscles, right? It will connect bone and muscle. So it is the example of white fibrous connective tissue, right bache? It is the example of white fibrous connective tissue. Clear, clear, clear? Yes bache, clear? So if I talk about the white fibrous connective tissue which is irregular, you can take the example of pericardium. What is pericardium? Covering of heart. You can take the example of Glissen's capsule, right? You remember Glissen's capsule? Do you remember Glissen's capsule? Right? The hepatic lobules, they are covered with a special type of connective tissue. It is unique to mammals, right? Special connective tissue unique to mammals. Glissen's capsule. Cornea of eye is also the example of white fibrous irregular connective tissue. Clear bache? Clear bache? Okay, so when it is the yellow fibrous tissue, so elastin fibers are more in number. So basically elasticity is there. Okay, it is more in number, but here collagen fibers are present. Okay, जैसे here collagen fibers are abundant, yellow and reticular are absent, but here elastin fibers are more in number. Collagen fibers are also present, but yeah, number is comparatively less bache, and but reticulin fibers are totally absent. Okay, reticulin fibers are totally absent here. Okay, so that is your yellow elastic fiber. So here also you will take the same way, you will take the examples cord and the sheath. So if I'm using the word cord, means I'm talking about the dense regular connective tissue. If I'm taking the example of sheath, means I'm talking about the dense irregular connective tissue. So dense regular mein the example is of ligament bache. So ligament is the one, yes, ligament is the one that attach bone to bone, that attaches bone to bone. Okay, what is going to happen here, right? It is going to attach bone to bone. Okay, okay. Yes, so here dense irregular mein vocal cords, true vocal cords, they are the examples. So please take the screenshot here. Yes bache, please take the screenshot. Quick. Okay, please take the screenshot. So from NCERT, if you want to revise, simply in NCERT, this is what you people can put, ki tendons are the example of white fibrous connective tissue, and obviously it comes under the dense regular, and ligament is the example of ligament. L is there na, yellow, so it is the example of yellow fibrous connective tissue. Okay, okay, so see the tissue which is present under the skin, it is the example of dense irregular connective tissue. Okay, it is the example of dense irregular connective tissue. ठीक है बच्चे? Okay, any doubt? Any doubt? Sure. So this one is also your yellow fibrous connective tissue. Let's be more specific. So this is what you need to note down in NCERT. Okay, this is what you need to note down in NCERT. So next is the specialized connective tissue, where we will be talking about the cartilages and the bones, and then bache we will talk about the blood and the lymph. So if you guys are having any doubt, please ask me. Yes, yes bache, please ask me if you guys are having any doubt. Quick, quick, quick. Quick. Sure. So bache, please do remember the examples. Do remember the examples. Okay, do remember the examples. They are important. So ultimately question will come from the examples. Okay. Fine. Sure? No, class is not completed, bache. I will take another 1.5 hours and then the chapter will be over. I'll take another 1.5 hours. So are you tired? Are you people tired? Chalo, let's chit chat for a minute. Even I am tired. No, we will take the break, but not now, at 10:30. Okay, at 10:30 let's take the break. Dinner done. Anything else? Chalo, so let's start. Okay, let's start. Done. So the next part is the specialized connective tissue. Next part is what? Next part is what? Next part is the specialized connective tissue. Okay, specialized connective tissue. So here in the specialized connective tissue, we have skeletal connective tissue, also the vascular connective tissue. So bache, when it is the skeletal, so here the matrix is mineralized. Minerals are deposited. है ना? Matrix is what? It is mineralized. It will be having the fibers and ultimately it will be mineralized. So we talk about the cartilage here, we talk about the bone here. So this diagram which is given in NCERT, this diagram is of cartilage. Okay, so what you need to understand from this diagram, right? If you will see these lines, these are the collagen fibers which are inelastic, wavy, tough. And here if you will see, bache, this space na, this space is actually the lacunae. Okay, this space is actually the lacunae, and in this space the cells are present. Here they have shown a single cell, but actually it's a group of cells, so it is also known as cell nest. So this is the chondrocyte. Okay, it is a cartilage cell, or you can say that cartilage forming cell. Diagram is important. Okay, diagram is important. So now firstly let's read it from, chalo, let's make a flow chart. So what are we discussing? We are discussing the skeletal connective tissue. What are we discussing? We are discussing the skeletal connective tissue. Yes, but your diagram is from NCERT. So here in the skeletal connective tissue, firstly we are talking about the cartilage. So we know one thing, that the matrix will be mineralized here, right? The matrix will be mineralized here, isn't it? Isn't it? So it is the one which will provide the support to the body. So when you talk about the cartilage, the very first thing is, like, I'll show you the another diagram also. See this. This is a kind of section. Okay, this is a kind of section. In general, I'm briefing you, bache, cartilage, they are having the flexibility. Jaise, and you know, they do not have the blood supply. That's why if there is any injury to the cartilage, it takes a lot of time for its healing. Dekho, tip of my nose, I can do this na 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 na. Na 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 na. What is it? Cartilage. This ear pin na, cartilage. Okay, in that your ribs, right, 8th, 9th, 10th pair is attached to the 7th pair na. Basically it is indirectly attached to the sternum. That is what? Cartilage. Okay, your spinal cord, vertebral column. Okay, your vertebral column, vertebrae, in between vertebrae we have intervertebral discs. What are they? Cartilages. Pelvic girdle, right? Two bones of pelvic girdle attached to each other. What is there? Cartilage. Which cartilage? Pubic symphysis. What is it? It is also the fibrous cartilage. Okay, these are the examples. So tip of the nose, the C-shaped rings of the trachea, of that bronchi, what are they? What are they? They are also the cartilages. Okay, so flexible part, cartilage. Larynx, voice box, made up of cartilage only, cartilaginous box. Okay, जैसे we have the examples where, right, the skeleton of the organisms is made up of cartilages, like your chondrichthyes. Okay, chondrichthyes, है ना बच्चे? Chondrichthyes. So in between the two long bones in our body also, we are having the cartilages here. Which cartilage it is? Articular cartilage. So cartilage is present in our body, cartilages, है ना? So look at this diagram, So see the spaces in between, lacunae having chondrocytes, okay, having chondrocytes. So chondrocytes are cartilage forming cell, and in between the matrix is there. So matrix mein you have chondroin sulfate salt. Okay, which salts are there? Jaise bones mein calcium salts will be there, but here in the cartilage chondroin sulfate salts will be there. It's chondroin sulfate salt will be there. Okay? Okay. Done. So now let's talk about this cartilage. So when you talk about the outer covering, it is perichondrium. Okay, the outer covering of the cartilage is known as perichondrium. In the bone it is periosteum. In the cartilage it is perichondrium. Actually this covering is also having two parts बच्चे. जैसे outer वाला part is your made up of white fibrous connective tissue, means your collagen fiber. Inner part is also there, that is mesenchyme, but again that depth is not required. I'm just telling you about the covering, the name, and that is perichondrium. Outer covering is what, Leharika? That is perichondrium. Clear bache? Clear. Now here in the cartilage, bache, please pay attention, huh? Cartilage forming cells are there. What is there? Cartilage forming cells are there. Actually bache, that cells are your chondroblasts. I know in the diagram it is chondrocyte. Let me explain this to you. In the diagram I know it is chondrocyte. Then you must be thinking, why chondroblast? Let me explain. Bache, chondroblasts are the small sized active cells that form cartilage. Right? Jesse in the cell chapter we discussed this thing, right? Small cells, right? Having large surface area, having less volume, they are more active, isn't it? They are more active. So same way chondroblasts are there, which are going to form the cartilage. Okay? Which are going to form the cartilage. What are they? Chondroblasts. Small, young they are, bache. Small, young they are. Okay? So they will form cartilage. So once they will become mature, okay, when they will become mature, they will become large sized, oval, they will be chondrocyte then. They will be chondrocyte then. They will be, sweetie, chondrocyte then. Understood? So cartilage, outer covering, perichondrium, right? So near to this perichondrium, here you will see these chondroblast cells, which are small sized, active, cartilage forming. Once they will become mature, we will call them as chondrocytes, right? We will call them as chondrocytes. ठीक है बच्चे? Is that clear? So they are active cells. They will divide to form chondrocyte, right? They will divide to form chondrocyte. Understood? Sure. Okay. Any doubt here? Sure. So they form cartilage. So obviously in the cartilage, what will they form? The matrix. So matrix mein I told you already which salt will be there? Chondroin sulfate rather. Chondroin sulfate. What will be there? Chondroin sulfate. And moreover students, this is important, please pay attention. I already told you in matrix the spaces are there, lacunae are present. Fine. Having chondrocytes. Having chondrocytes. Clear? So one very important point is chondroclast. In the matrix, we will also see the cell that is chondroclast. This is a PYQ. Chondroclast. Right? What is it? It is chondroclast. What is it, bache? It is chondroclast. So these are the cartilage destroying the cell. You can also say them, okay, destroying the cell. Right? So same we will relate with the bone, that there will be osteoclast. So this is important. Right? These are the phagocytotic cells of the cartilage, Madhu. Exactly. Right? These are the phagocytotic cells of the cartilage. You are right. Okay. So now when you talk about the matrix, as I said, chondrin salts are there. है ना? Chondrin salts are there. It is chondrin, basically it is having chondroitin 6 sulfate. Okay. 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 So what you need to remember here? जैसे matrix, so matrix is known as chondrin. Why? Because this matrix is having a salt chondroitin 6 sulfate, and obviously because it is the matrix, mucopolysaccharide like hyaluronic acid is also there. Okay, hyaluronic acid is also there. So bache, because of the composition of this matrix, remember it is making this cartilage flexible. Elasticity is there, right? In the cartilage matrix there will be the elasticity. It is pliable. Pliable word is given in NCERT na. Pliable word is given in NCERT na. So rigidity is there, but this matrix is having the elasticity. That's why cartilages, they are flexible. Clear bache? Clear bache? Yes. Is that clear? Is that clear? Yes bache. So matrix kya hai? Matrix is matrix is having that elasticity. It's flexible. It is having the strength as well, and this is the composition of the matrix. And again I'm repeating this point. I told you cartilage, they do not have blood supply. Okay, they do not have blood supply. Only perichondrium is having blood supply. Fine. Only perichondrium is having blood supply. This point is important. Okay, this point is important. That's why injury to the cartilages doesn't heal properly. Okay, done. So this is about the cartilage. This is about the cartilage. So bacha, we have the types of cartilages also. Do you know that? We have the types of cartilages also. So definitely question will come from this part. Jैसे we have hyaline cartilage, the glassy one. Okay, the elastic cartilage. So elastic is the word having more yellow fiber. Fibrous cartilage having more white fiber. 3 types of cartilages are present. ठीक है बच्चे? 3 types of cartilages are present. Clear, 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 clear. 3 types of cartilages are present. ठीक है? So let's start with the hyaline cartilage because it is maximum in number. Do you know that? It is maximum in number. And do you know why? Just observe the diagram. Can you see the fibers here? Can you see the fibers here? Yes, students. Can you see the fibers here? So here in this hyaline cartilage, fibers are totally absent. Fibers are totally absent. They are totally absent. First of all, understand the diagram. No fibers are there in hyaline cartilage. That's why it is bluish, it is glassy, it is translucent. This is a previous year question. This is a previous year question. No fibers are present here. It is maximum in number. It is glass-like. Right, bache? Fibers are totally absent. Okay, fibers are totally absent. If it is elastic, yellow fiber is more. If it is fibrous, white fiber is more. Collagen fiber is more. That's what you need to remember. Take it. So look at this. So hyaline cartilage, right? Hyaline cartilage, no fibers, maximum, right? So what is this hyaline cartilage? Maximum in human body, no fibers are there. It is glassy, or you can say that bluish kind of. So this is a previous year question. This is a previous year question. Clear bache, right? This is bluish kind of. Color of matrix is bluish, glass like. Okay, it is glass like. Clear bache? Clear. So here in this particular, right, remember hyaline cartilage, it makes most part of embryonic skeleton. Okay, it makes most part of embryonic skeleton. Understood? So examples are important, जैसे nasal septum, hyaline cartilage, C-shaped rings of trachea, hyaline cartilage. Definitely question will come from this part. This is important. ठीक है, bronchi में that cartilage are hyaline cartilage. Sternal part of ribs, larynx, they are also the hyaline cartilage. Then बच्चे, when it is the fibrous, obviously it is understood. Fibrous cartilage means it is having the, yes, fibrous cartilage means it is having the, yes बच्चे, collagen fiber is there, right? So fibrous cartilage में we have the types. जैसे fibrous cartilage is the word ना, so here it is having elastic, here it is having white fibrous. See there, right? It is the elastic cartilage, fibrous. So actually it is, right, both are fibrous actually. Yes बच्चे, so it is elastic cartilage, it is the white fibrous cartilage. Elastic cartilage and the white fibrous cartilage. Sorry, so both of them are the fibrous cartilages basically. So when it is elastic, obviously yellow fiber will be there, so it is highly flexible. Elastic is the word na, now so you should understand. Yellow fiber is present. So yellow fiber is present, so it is highly flexible. So जैसे tip of the nose, ear pinna, epiglottis. So examples are important. So when it is the white fibrous cartilage, collagen fiber is present. Okay, collagen fiber is present. Which fiber is present here बच्चे? Collagen fiber is present. Clear? Right? Right. Yes, so they are more in quantity. So this white fibrous cartilage is the strongest cartilage, and one thing that you need to remember here is that perichondrium is absent here. Okay, it doesn't have the perichondrium, right? It is the complete structure is the white fibrous, right? The complete structure is the cartilaginous. Okay, so perichondrium is totally absent. Perichondrium is totally absent here. Understood? Sure. So bache, pubic symphysis and intervertebral discs. Again I am telling you, the examples of the cartilage are very important. They are very important. Do you know pubic symphysis? जैसे the pelvic girdle. Let's revise it quickly students. Pelvic girdle, you know na, pelvic girdle, hip girdle is the pelvic girdle. So that pelvic girdle is made up of two bones, and that bones are also formed by bones are also formed by what? It is formed by the fusion of three bones, ilium, ischium, pubis. Do you remember that? In locomotion and movement also we will discuss this. Okay, so ilium, ischium, pubis, they will fuse, they will form one coxal bone. This is another coxal bone. So these two bones, here they are attached, articulated with vertebral column, and here you will see the pubic symphysis, right? This is the pubic symphysis. So it is white fibrous cartilage. It is white fibrous cartilage. What is it? White fibrous cartilage. And then bache, in between vertebral columns, right? In between adjacent vertebrae, intervertebral discs are there, which is a unique character to the mammal. Intervertebral discs are there, which is a unique character to the mammal. So this is also the example of white fibrous cartilage. So please do revise it. It's very important, especially the examples. Okay, especially the examples. ठीक है? Okay. Okay. Sure. Let's finish this part, then let's move towards the bones. So the next part is what? Next part is the bones, right? Bone. So bone is what? First of all, so before starting the bone, let's come back to this NCERT. Diagram clear? Tell me, diagram clear? So the word should be very clear. Cartilage is solid and it is pliable, means flexible. It is pliable, means flexible, and it resists compression. Important it is. In statement based questions na, they ask such points. Okay, they ask such points. Please mark it. Done. So cartilage is solid and pliable. It resists the compression. It resists the compression. So cells of this tissue, chondrocytes, are enclosed in cavities. You know that cavities are known as lacunae. That cavities are known as lacunae. है ना? So these chondrocytes have secreted maximum of that matrix. Okay. So see what are they mentioning here? It is NCERT bache. So most of the cartilage in vertebrate embryos are replaced by bones in adults. Okay, so cartilage is present in tip of the nose, your elastic cartilage, outer ear joint, elastic one, between adjacent bones of vertebral column, white fibrous connective tissue, limbs, fibrous cartilage, limbs and hands in adults. So this is what you need to remember. Question will come from the example, people. Question will definitely come from the example. Okay, so the diagram clear? Diagram clear. Next is the bone. Next is the bone, and in the NCERT this diagram is given. So when you look at this diagram na, these lines, they are known as lamellae. Let me individually explain this. These are lamellae. Do you know that? These are lamellae, right? They are concentric. Something concentric means having same center, right? Right now I am not drawing it like this, but having same center, concentric. Now when you look at this this part, this part, so it's something like this. Okay, it is something like this. It is something like this when you look at that part. First of all, understand the diagram. Okay, so here in between, what will you see? Here in between, what will you see? You will see osteocytes. Which cells are you going to see? Osteocytes. Okay, which cells are you going to see? Osteocytes. And here in the surrounding, it is canaliculi, right? These are small canals, small tubes. These are canaliculi. These are canaliculi. So these are the concentric rings. See the lamellae. These are the canaliculi. Here, bache, you will see the canal. I will discuss the Walkman's canal, your Hebersian canal. I will tell you about it. First of all, understand the diagram. So these layers in the matrix, these are called as lamellae, which are concentric. This is the space in which osteocytes is present. Osteocytes are present in the surrounding canaliculi. It is right. So basically, when you look at the structure of the bones, let's say this is the bone. Right now, I am not talking about any of the covering. Although you can revise it, you can relate it with cartilage. Just here also, outermost layer is going to be periosteum. There it was perichondrium. Here it is periosteum. Okay? So here that central canal, just here also in this diagram, the diagram needs to be very clear. Huh? This is a central canal. Actually, it is your Hebersian canal. It is your Hebersian canal. Again, a unique feature of the mammals. See this. See this central canal. Can you see that? Can you see that? So obviously this central canal is having what? Just say right now you are seeing the longitudinal section. Let's say if I'm showing you like this. Let's say this is a bottle, right? that is how, if you will see it, longitudinal, transverse, transverse. So in between that canal, right now so this canal will look like this, now this opening, but it is like that, है ना? You can relate it with this bottle. So that canal is your Hebercian canal, having that blood vessels and all, you can see that. So now this one canal is attached to, yeah, it is communicating with other, they are having H-shaped canal in between, H-shaped canals in between. That canals are Walkman's canal. That canals are Walkman's canal. Which canals are they? That canals are Walkman's canal. Which canals are they? Walkman's canal. So understand the diagram first. Outer covering again here will be same. ठीक है, outer covering here again it will be same, जैसे periosteum. But in the matrix you will see that concentric layers, the lamellae. Understood? And in the bone now, because you know that bones may there will be the bone marrow, like there will be the cavity in which bone marrow will be there. So that bone marrow cavity is further covered, and that layer is endosteum. First of all, understand this part. Let's say the main door and a door of your room, main door and the door of your room. Just imagine a flat where there is only one room. Okay, in that room, let's say someone is entering from the main door, there is a hall, then there is a bedroom. Bedroom is also having a door. Imagine your bedroom as bone marrow cavity. So the walls, the door of that bone marrow cavity of that room is basically your endosteum. That hall wala part comes under matrix, and then main door is your periosteum. So the outermost covering is periosteum. The covering of that bone marrow cavity is endosteum. In between we will see that matrix and all, where we have seen such layers. Okay, where we have seen such layers. Is that clear? So look at this structure of the bone. ठीक है बच्चे, though we will discuss that in skeletal system. I will even now so it is not the part, but yeah, I will even tell you about the spongy and compact bone, but in the locomotion and movement. So now you can see such a long bone. This part is the epiphysis, this long shaft wala part is the diaphysis, and this part is the distal epiphysis. Okay, so here you can see the spongy part and the compact part. So bache, that's your homework. I have seen Samiksha answering the questions of all the answers of all the questions, right? Samiksha, she types the answers of all the questions. So you will read about the spongy and the compact bone, okay? And you will tell me about these two bones in the comment section. Spongy and the compact bones, okay? Spongy and the compact bones, okay? So here see the bone marrow cavity in between. Outermost layer is the periosteum, okay? And here this is the endosteum. Look at the diagram. So endosteum, the one which is lining this bone marrow cavity, okay? So here see the spongy part or the tough compact part is there. So it is a long bone. So in the long bones, here we see the articular cartilage, bache. We will discuss it in locomotion and movement, okay? So look at this longitudinal canal. It is the Hebercian canal, right? And that H-shaped canal which is linking them, Walkman's canal, okay? That is the Walkman's canal. So look at the structure of the bone, then we will understand its matrix and everything. Fine. So longitudinal canals which are arranged parallel here in the bone, this is the Hebercian canal. They are having blood fibers, blood capillaries and nerve fibers. And the transverse canals, they are the Walkman's canal. Done bache? Okay. Okay. Done. So again here also, just like bones, let's discuss about the layers, right? Just let's discuss about the layers just like the cartilages. So when you talk about the bones, here also bache, the outer covering is periosteum, right? Here the outer covering is periosteum. So in this outer covering, again outermost layer is made up of white fibrous connective tissue, right? It is made up of white fibrous connective tissue. And here bache, towards the inner side na, there are the cells. Which cells are they? Again, they are also your osteoblast cells. Okay? So these cells they will secrete matrix and they divide. You know that they are small, they are active, they will once they will become mature, they will divide, they will form osteocytes, right? Same the way we have discussed it in the cartilages. ठीक है बच्चे? So here also in the bones osteoclasts are there, which are bone destroying, or you can say that bone reabsorbing cell, right? Bone destroying or bone reabsorbing cell. What are they? They are bone destroying or bone reabsorbing cells. Is that clear? Is that clear? Done बच्चे? Is that clear? Sure? Sure. So cell part needs to be clear. So of course here matrix is, what type of matrix do we have here? Hard and pliable or non-pliable? It's non-pliable. So while reading, students please answer this, please pay attention. So while reading the questions, okay, while reading the questions, please keep it in your mind. It is non-pliable, cartilage is pliable. Do not confuse that pliable non-pliable part. This matrix is hard and non-pliable, right? In the case of bones, in the case of cartilage, it will be pliable. So bones, they are not flexible. Exactly, they are not flexible. ठीक है बच्चे? So bones में what will you see? जैसे inorganic part में the calcium salts are there, right? Magnesium salts are also there, जैसे calcium carbonate, calcium phosphate. So calcium and magnesium salts are there, right? And when you talk about the organic part of this matrix, there will be a protein that is known as osine protein, right? Osine protein is present in the bones. Fine बच्चे, osine protein is present in the bones, but the organic part is less, inorganic part is more. ठीक है बच्चे? Osine protein is present here in the bones. This is about the matrix. Understood? This is about the matrix. Clear? Clear? The canals clear? Yes बच्चे, the canals clear, the cells clear, chondroclast, osteoclast. Sure? Sure. Are you sure? So see the diagrams. You can see the diagram of the cartilage also. So chondrocytes, right बच्चे, they are going to degenerate. They are dividing, they are degenerating. So these are the diagrams. They are very good diagrams. ठीक है? जैसे they are showing bone and the cartilage in the surrounding. So see this articular cartilage, how cells are dividing. That's all. The diagrams are good. So I'll provide you the PDF after the lecture. There you can see that diagrams, you can understand the concept. ठीक है? So now बच्चे, the chapter, next chapter is just for the 30 minutes. Okay, the next part is just for the 30 minutes and we will finish this class. ठीक है? So mainly in this chapter in detail we have to learn about the epithelial tissue and the connective tissue, because muscular tissue and the neural tissue, we read that in the locomotion and movement and in the neural control and coordination respectively. ठीक है? ठीक है? So these two are the most important one. Fine, these two are the most important. Ramesh, we are about to finish the chapter. I really don't think that we need a break. है ना? We don't need a break. Trust me, we don't need a break. Thank you, Rahul. So next is the vascular connective tissue. So here matrix is without fiber, है ना? Here matrix is without fibers. Am I right? So here cells are not going to form the fibers. So you talk about the blood and you talk about the lymph. Again, that will also be covered in body fluid in circulation. है ना? That will also be covered in body fluid in circulation. So blood, you know that, the river of life. Am I right? What is blood? The river of life. So what that blood is containing? Yes, people, the blood is having plasma and the formed elements. Blood is having plasma and the formed elements. So बच्चा लोग 55% of it is plasma and 45% of it is formed elements. So what is this plasma? it is pale yellow colored, straw colored. Straw colored means pale yellow colored, right? It is that liquid component. My favorite example, right? You have the milk. In the milk you are putting the chocolate powder. Milk, the liquid part, plasma. Chocolate powder, the cells. Okay, the cells. So plasma, it is straw colored, making 55% of the total, 55% of the total blood. It is majority of part is having water, it is having electrolytes, it is having the ions, right? Do I need to mention it? It is having proteins, electrolytes, right bache? Right bache? Even the waste substances are also there, gases that are to be transported, they are also there. So proteins, ions, urea, which is the waste again, gases, they all are present here. Hai na bache? Thank you bache Shahrukh. They all are present here. And when you people talk about the formed elements, so we talk about the erythrocytes, that is your red blood corpuscles, leukocytes, that is your white blood corpuscles, yes, RBCs, WBCs and platelets, right? That is your thrombocytes. And where that platelets are playing role, people? Where that platelets are playing role? In the blood clotting. Okay, so erythrocytes, right? RBCs, they are having hemoglobin, because of that blood is having red color. WBCs, they fight with the infection. Thrombocytes, they are going to do the blood clotting. Take it, bache? Okay, so now the lymph, the middleman, the interstitial fluid. So lymph, you know that it is colorless. It is colorless, having WBCs. Having WBCs. So you know that, right? Let's say this is a cell that you have, this is a tissue that you have, okay? So blood capillaries are going to innervate this organ or the tissue. Tissue is basically the group of cell. So it is not like that blood, from this blood directly the things will be exchanged with the cell. No, in between there is a fluid, the interstitial fluid. There is an interstitial fluid, the colorless one. So this will pass the things from blood to the cell, and the waste will be passed to this fluid and then back to the blood. So when this interstitial fluid, when it starts flowing in that lymph vessel, we call it as lymph, right? It is that middleman, we call it as lymph. Isn't it, Ravi? Isn't it, Mr. Real? We call it as lymph. So it is colorless, having WBCs. Having WBCs, right? Macrophages are there. So basically it is playing role. What is it? It is also used for trapping the foreign particles. So lymphatic system, complete lymphatic system also we discussed in the body fluid and circulation. Understand? Bache, understood? Okay, understood? So now let's revise this bone part from NCERT, and then let's revise that muscle part from NCERT, and then bache the neural part, and the chapter will be over. So we are about to finish it, okay? We are about to finish it. So see, bones, they are hard and they are non-pliable. They are hard, they are non-pliable, means they are not flexible. Okay, so they are rich in calcium salts, they have the collagen fibers which are going to give the strength to the bones. So yes, MCQ can come. Collagen fibers are absent or present in the bones? They are present. They are present, right? So main tissue, it is the main tissue that will provide structural support. So bones, they support and protect the softer tissues, bache. Bone cells are osteocytes. They are present in that lacunae. So limb bones, such as the long bones of the legs, they are weight bearing, right, bache? Skeletal muscles will also get attached to these bones, right? Bone marrow in some bones is the site of production of blood cells. Okay, red bone marrow, blood cells will be formed. So do check the difference in between the red bone marrow and yellow bone marrow. I want to see the answer in the chat section. Okay. Now next is the muscle, bache. Study of muscles. What is it? Myology. It is myology. Okay. Now muscles, they are also mesodermal in origin. What are they? They are also mesodermal in origin. Now when you talk about these muscles, as I said, mesodermal in origin, but yeah students, there is an exception. Exception may you have the iris muscles. Muscles of iris are ectodermal in origin. What are they? They are ectodermal in origin. They are not mesodermal. What are they, students? They are ectodermal in origin. Understood? Understood? Yes, people, they are ectodermal in origin. Right, bache? Right, bache? Right? So what do we have? We have the muscle tissue. Okay? What do we have? We have the muscle tissues. So study of muscle, myology, they are mesodermal in origin. And what is the exception? The iris muscles, because they are ectodermal in origin. जोशी गौतम मैम अच्छा पढ़ाओ बच्चे, मेरे को तो ऐसे ही पढ़ाना आता है, पढ़ना है तो पढ़ो वरना जाओ. और ये जो टीचर लोग जिनकी तुम लोग बातें करते हो, ये तुम्हें पैसे देते हैं क्या? हाँ, पैसे देते हैं क्या? And if you like their classes, just go and watch their classes. Why are you here? So ultimately, students, we need to cover the NCERT, and yes, we have to go a little beyond the NCERT, and that's what we are going to cover in our lectures. Okay, that is what we are going to cover in our lectures. Fine. So whosoever is teaching too much of extra, we don't need that. ना ही मुझे वैसा पढ़ाना है, ठीक है? चलो, so focus here. So study of muscle, myology, mesodermal in origin, but exceptions are important. So which exception do we have here? The iris muscles, right? And they are, because they are ectodermal in origin. So muscles very important for the movement. You know that skeletal muscle, system, muscular system, all together it is helping in the movement. It is helping in the locomotion. है ना? It is helping in the movement. It is helping in the locomotion. ठीक है? So now here when you look at these three diagrams, on the basis of these three diagrams, what you can do, बच्चे? What can you do? You should know the differences in these muscles. First of all, let me explain you one thing, that there is the muscle fiber. Note down this word, muscle fiber. Muscle fiber is the anatomical unit of muscle. Focus on this point. I'm not saying functional unit. Anatomical unit of muscle. What is it? Anatomical unit of muscle, right? Means it is forming the structure. For an example, bache, again I'm repeating, that part will be discussed in the locomotion and movement. It will be covered there in the locomotion and movement. Still, let me explain you this. Just let's say if you are talking about a muscle. What you are talking? You are talking about a muscle. That muscle is made up of what? Do you know that? That muscle is made up of what? Do you know that? That muscle is having many muscle bundles. That muscle is having many muscle bundles. Many muscle bundles are together making the muscles. Now, these muscle bundles, they are also known as fascicles. It's a very common, right? These are very common mistakes that students make. They don't understand the meaning of fascicles. They don't understand the meaning of fascia. Okay, so please note down these points. I will explain it to you. Hanji bache, I will explain it to you. So write down. So muscles, they are made up of, yes bache, what I just said, muscles, they are made up of muscle bundles. Yes bache, muscles, they are made up of muscle bundles. Everyone please explain, please write down. Muscles, they are made up of, yes, muscle bundles, that are known as fascicles. So now these muscle bundles, even they cannot be, you know, they are not just suspended in the muscles, right? There are proper bundles. Just let's say this is one muscle bundle, this is another muscle bundle, okay? This is another muscle bundle. These are muscle bundles. So we need to connect them as well. Just imagine you are having 10 pens, right? You have total 10 to 20 pens. You are putting a rubber around it, right? Because you want to make a bundle. So here also, bache, muscle. So muscles, they are made up of muscle bundles. We use the word fascicle for it. And all these muscle bundles are also connected together, right? All these muscle bundles are also connected together. Just let's say if I have to draw it, let's say these are many bundles and they have connective tissue sheath in between. Imagine it like this, right? They have connective tissue sheath in between, and that connective tissue sheath, see, now the word is sheath. I hope you people can understand the difference in that sheath. cord. Why do we use such words, right? After this chapter, these things should be clear to you. So we have a connective tissue sheath here in between, and that is known as fascia. That is known as fascia. Okay, so muscles are having so many muscle bundles. That muscle bundles are linked to each other with the connective tissue sheath that we are calling as fascia. Now when you look in this muscle bundle is further having muscle fibers. Okay, this muscle bundle is further having what? This muscle bundle is further having the muscle fibers. It is having what? It is having the muscle fibers, right? So that muscle fibers are anatomical unit of muscle. Now let's say I am picking up one muscle fiber. Okay, I am picking up one muscle fiber. Let's say this is a muscle fiber, right? So this muscle fiber is having, bache, in its cytoplasm, it is having the parallel, right? Parallelly arranged, right? What do they contain? Parallelly arranged myofibrils. Parallelly arranged myofibrils. What do they have? Parallelly arranged myofibrils. So they are made up of proteins. Obviously, which protein is there? We will discuss it also. Your myosin, your actin, right? So ultimately these myofibrils. Okay. See, again I'm repeating. You have a muscle. Muscle is made up of many muscle bundles. That muscle bundles are known as fascicles. These muscle bundles are held together by a connective tissue sheath that is known as fascia. Now in each muscle bundle, when you see, you will see muscle fibers. Now when you look at this muscle fiber, the outer layer of this muscle fiber is known as sarcolemma. The sarcolemma. Lemma word is associated with covering. Lemma word is associated with covering. Okay, same way here, the endoplasmic reticulum which is present here is known as sarcoplasmic reticulum. It is known as sarcoplasmic reticulum. And here in this muscle fiber, these parallelly arranged myofibrils are present, right? That are having these contractile proteins. So actually, bache, we see these myofibrils. We see that these myofibrils are having, you know, some bands, right? We see that myofibrils are having some bands, right? That A band, I band, A band, I band, A band, I band. So that myofibrils are actually responsible for that striations in the muscles. Jaise we say na, skeletal muscles are highly striated. That bands are there. That's how you have to remember. So this muscle fiber is actually the anatomical unit of muscle. It is the anatomical unit of muscle. Its outer covering is your sarcolemma. Its cytoplasm is your sarcoplasm. Its endoplasmic reticulum is your sarcoplasmic reticulum. So how are they arranged? That T-tubule, that sarcomere, that will be covered in locomotion and movement. Okay? Again if I have to explain it, see, I am saying that we have the muscle fibers. So many muscle fibers together are forming the muscle bundles, and so many muscle bundles are together, they are forming the muscle. So you can also take it in an opposite way. Okay, you can also read it like 100, 99, 98, 97, 96, 95 like this, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's your choice. Okay, it's your choice. Is that clear? So this is about the muscles. So now when you look at these muscles, look at the diagram here. This is the skeletal muscle having striation, and why that striations are there? Because of that A band, I band, that will be discussed in locomotion and movement. So skeletal muscles, you know that they are what? Are they branched or unbranched? Skeletal muscles, what are they, Karuna? Thank you, Leharika. What are they, Karuna? Skeletal muscles, what are they? Are they branched or unbranched? I'm talking about the muscles. Quick. Are they branched or unbranched? Please answer it. Skeletal muscles. Obviously, they are also unbranched. They are also unbranched. So here you will see they are cylindrical. They are having the striations. So these are the muscles which will undergo fatigue. These are the muscles that will undergo fatigue. Why? Due to the accumulation of lactic acid. ठीक है बच्चे, skeletal muscle associated with our skeletal system help in that movement, and these are the muscles which are voluntary. We can control its function with our will. It is having that striations. ठीक है, I'm just giving you again, I'm telling you, I'm giving you the overview. You have to revise it by your own, and we will discuss it in locomotion and movement in detail. Okay बच्चे, okay. देखो, overall if you talk about the muscles, what do we discuss? We talk about their properties. जैसे muscles are having the property of excitability. They have the property of extensibility. They have the property of elasticity. है ना? They are having the property of excitability, extensibility, elasticity. What else? What else? Something is missing. Contractility. Contractility. Am I right? Contractility. Am I right? Of course. है ना? So basically muscles, when देखो, first of all, muscles, they can receive the stimulus, right? They will get excited when they will receive the stimulus. They will get contract. They can shorten their length. They can even increase their length. That is intensibility, extensibility. Without damaging it, na, muscles can also increase their length, and they have the elasticity that they can come back to the same position. They can increase and decrease their size. They can come back to the same position. These are the properties of the muscles. Okay, you know how are they functioning? It is contractility or contractibility. It's same बच्चे. ठीक है, so this is what we have, muscles. So skeletal muscles associated with skeletal system, they will they will get fatigue easily because they are having the myoglobin, right? They are having the myoglobin. The lactic acid will be accumulated here in these muscles, right? Quickly they undergo fatigue. Just let's say today you started exercising, right? You started running for 2 hours or 3 hours. You just started it. Obviously you will get muscle cramps. What are that muscle cramps? Lactic acid got accumulated. Okay, lactic acid will accumulate because muscle tone is not there. Every day you have to do the same. Every day you have to do that same activity to form that muscle tone. Then these smooth muscle, right? Smooth muscle. So here these muscle fibers, they are spindle shaped. They are tapered at both the ends, right? So we use the word fusiform. They are uninucleated, and here you can see they are smooth. They do not have striation. So this question has been asked in NEET 2021 as well. So which muscles they line the hollow visceral organs? They line the hollow visceral organs, right? Hollow visceral organs, smooth muscles, जैसे alimentary canal, right? We have the alimentary canal. We have that alimentary canal. It is hollow, na? Food will be passed. This is hollow. So when we see the layers of the alimentary canal, or layers of the gut, we talk about the, right? Do you remember SM, or it's all clean from this? Or you have cleaned that storage ki now digestion and absorption is not required, so there is no need to remember. Do you remember? Muscles are present here. Muscles. Which muscles are they? Smooth muscles. Which muscles are there? Smooth muscles. ठीक है बच्चे? Right, they are responsible for that peristalsis, na? Rhythmic contraction, relaxation. When food will pass, it will contract, then relax. Contract, then relax. So rhythmic contraction and relaxation. Right, smooth muscles. Even the uterus, right? During childbirth also, if you remember, during childbirth also, right? Smooth muscles are going to play the role. So in the uterus, that myometrium is also having the smooth muscles. The blood capillaries, here also we will see in blood vessels rather, we will see the smooth muscle fibers. So they line the hollow visceral organs. Okay, it's a question, it's a NEET 2021 question. Then bache, cardiac muscles, they are also striated, but not as heavily striated as skeletal muscle. So here you will see branching. What will you see here? You will see that plasma membrane. Dekho, plasma membrane between these two fibers, they will get fused. ठीक है. So there will be a junction between these adjacent cell. Actually these plasma membranes will get fused. Why? देखो in muscles ना, understand one thing Samiksha, in the muscles ना they have to work like one unit, right? जैसे single unit, right? Are they working like multi unit or are they working like single unit? ठीक है. सो वी हैव सिंगल यूनिट, जैसे स्मूथ मसल्स में तो वी हैव सिंगल यूनिट और मल्टी यूनिट स्मूथ मसल्स, बट इन जनरल व्हाट यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट दे हैव टू वर्क टुगेदर एज अ सिंगल यूनिट. जैसे इन द हार्ट इज अ मायोजेनिक structure made up of muscles, right? We know that it is having specialized modified muscles which will initiate the wave of contraction. It is having specialized muscles which will initiate the wave of contraction. This is what we all know. So it is a muscular structure. It is having the cardiac muscles, right? And heart will keep pumping the blood even when we are sleeping. So one thing that we can conclude is that these smooth muscles na, they are these cardiac muscles na, they will never undergo fatigue, right? They will never undergo fatigue. Even smooth muscles they get fatigue, but their rate is very slow, right? But very slowly, like it's not very frequently like striated muscles. But here in cardiac muscles, these muscles will never undergo fatigue. Plus they are branched. Here these fibers they will fuse. Here they will fuse. Why? Because as I was saying, it has to work together as a single unit, right? You know that it has to pump always, it has to work always. So that wave of contraction, when it will start, it pass, right? It further pass to all the muscles. Okay, it further pass to a complete structure, right? So it has to work like a unit. Okay, so here in the cardiac muscles, what we see, intercalated discs that are showing that fused membranes of these muscles. ठीक है, intercalated discs are present in cardiac muscle. Again, it is a direct previous year question. It is a direct previous year question. Intercalated discs are present here in the cardiac muscle. So blood supply is abundant and intercalated discs are present, which is a very important point because here fibers they join na, they join, that joining is showing that intercalated discs. Okay बच्चे, so they are again involuntary. So the examples, you should know about the examples. Then बच्चे, next is your neural tissue, obviously control and coordination. So here in neural tissue you talk about the nerve cells, right? The neurons, the structural and functional unit, isn't it? Right, the structural and functional unit. So neural tissues, they exert the greatest control over the body's responsiveness, right? So neurons are the unit of neural system. They are the excitable cell, right? They are the excitable cells, right? So it is not just the neurons that are present in nervous system. Neuroglial cells are also there, bache, right? They will also protect and support the neurons. So neuroglial cells, they make up more than 1/2 the volume of neural tissue in our body. A repeated question it is. So that's the diagram. So neurons, they are making the neural tissue. Clear bache? They are making the neural tissue. Clear? Clear? Wait. Right, so that is the neuron, that is the diagram of the neuron that we have. Okay, so here again you know that in detail we will discuss it in neural control and coordination, but still, right? So this is a neuron cell, right bache? What is it? It's a neuron, it's a nerve cell. Okay, right? It will conduct the nerve impulse. It is going to conduct the nerve impulse. So what kind of neuron it is? What kind of neuron it is? Bipolar, multipolar, unipolar. What type of neuron it is? Yes, multipolar neuron. So when you look at this neuron now, here bache, this part is the cell body, also known as cyton, also known as soma, also known as perikaryon. Okay. Okay, so from the cell body, if you will see, processes are there, right? Yes bache, you are right, it's a multipolar neuron. ठीक है, it is having many processes. जैसे this is the central part, cell body. From this cell body, if you will see, branches are arising and this cylindrical structure is there. So these branches that we are talking, what are they? They are the dendrites. They are the dendrites. ठीक है, so this is the cytoplasm here, right? This is the cytoplasm here, right? Right? Can you see that? Can you see that? Yes. Then when you look at this part, the cylindrical part, what is it? It is the axon. It is the axon. And bache, here in this axon, just let's see, this is the part na, this part, this is a cell body. From this cell, these processes are arising. These are the dendrites. These branches are the dendrites. And this part here, from where the cylindrical axon is arising, this is known as axon hillock. This is the most sensitive part of the neuron. It is the most sensitive part of the neuron. What is it, bache? It is the most sensitive part of your neuron. Clear? So it is having many ionic channels here, right? So it will receive that stimulus from this side, that disturbance. Okay, now this is axon, and here it will be the exoplasm which is present. Let's be more specific. Now when you see this axon now, it's not mandatory that it will always be covered with the sheath like this. No. How can you imagine this sheath? Just let's say this is a neuron. Okay, this is the axon of that neuron, and this is covered with the sheath at places. Just at one place it's like this. Okay, and at other place it is like this. Just let's say this is the, what is it? It is the axon. So this part of axon is covered with the sheath. This part is also covered with the sheath. And if you will see, there is a gap in between. है ना? There is a gap in between. So basically that sheaths are what? Can you tell me? Exactly. It is the myelin sheath. It is the myelin sheath. Okay. It is the myelin sheath. Also known as medullary sheath. Fine, bache. So the cell here is Schwann cell. It is the Schwann cell which is forming this sheath. Fine. So if you will see, right, at some places this axon is not covered with these sheath. That is known as node of Renwier. Okay, node of Renwier. It is the place where medullary sheath is absent. It is the place where medullary sheath is absent. Clear, bache? So this is NOR, node of Renwier. Medullary sheath is absent here. So this is the medullary sheath. This is the Schwann cell which is making it, right? In neural control and coordination, Schwann cell, oligodendrite cell, everything we will discuss. Just here in the NCERT, they have mentioned the neuroglial cells. They are having types, just microglial, astrocytes, oligodendrocytes, right? This is what we will discuss in detail in neural control and coordination. So as of now, remember the diagrams. Okay, remember the diagram. See the axon. These are the axon endings. Okay, these are the axon endings. So also known as terminal arborizations. Okay, or synaptic nobiter. So you know that here there will be the vesicles having neurotransmitter. So in our body, this point to point connection is there. Just say one neuron, then next, then next, then next, then next, like this. Okay, so impulse will come. So basically message will pass from dendrites towards the cell body. So from cell body it will pass towards the basically dendrites will carry the message towards the cell body. Axon will carry it away from cell body. It's a previous year question. It's a previous year question. And then that nerve impulse will be passed from these endings. Chemicals will be released. It will pass to the next neuron. Clear, bache? Right? So here the jumping will be there from this to this to this. So in detail the mechanism will be studied in the chapter neural control and coordination. So this is all about the structural organization in animal, bache, right? The muscle part, the basic things we have covered here, and in detail we have covered the epithelial and the connective tissue. Now cockroach class will be taken separately. Okay, frog may I know because of technical glitch session got ended, so I will post that remaining portion. Okay, sweetie, I will post that remaining portion, and here that's all. Now read everything from NCERT. Okay, read everything from NCERT, revise this chapter from NCERT, and bache, we'll see you all tomorrow here on Unacademy platform, and let's practice the questions. Okay, let's practice the question. Diversity chapter is there, and day after tomorrow, that is on 14th of Feb, right, we will discuss top 5 concepts of human physiology. That is also we need to cover. Okay, so I'll share the PDF in the Telegram group. So one more chapter is done. So the next chapter on 16th of February that we are going to start is your human physiology, right bache? That is human physiology, breathing and exchange of gases. Bache, cockroach part, I will take a separate lecture for the cockroach part also. Okay, chalo, so see you all tomorrow at 11 AM, where we will practice the questions of human reproduction and the reproductive health. So see you all there. Till then, take care. Bye bye. Thank you so much. So I want you people to comment in the comment section, right? So if you like the session, I really want to see your comments in the comment section. So thank you. Stay tuned. Do subscribe to our channel. Let's make it 100K ASAP. Okay, thank you everyone.